Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Thursday, the 13th of July 2023, and we're back to play a little more Autonauts today. We started it earlier in the week. Pretty good fun. I think some interesting mechanics going on. I did find it a bit overwhelming at times. We progressed through like 3 stages, I think, but they're of various sizes. Some of them pretty easy to work through, and then others a bit more complicated. We'll see how it goes. I'm happy to keep playing it because it was interesting and definitely fun was had. So we'll see how much further we go. Today we'll just keep progressing, I guess. We'll keep doing the research and see what that unlocks and start building the various things. A bit concerned it's going to become a little repetitive, perhaps, but that's an assumption. So, you know, why don't we just play and find out and see how it goes as we start plugging in the various new bits and pieces that we've unlocked and growing and adjusting things, probably. I mean, let's hop back in and kind of catch up with what we've got. And yeah, kind of go from there, I guess. We've got a couple farms up and running. I did just check that we did the correct thing here. Didn't do much research beyond that, but we are doing the correct thing with the spice weeds down there. Got the lumber, got the stone, and then we've got a whole jumbled mess in the middle, which I think I could do with rearranging. It feels a bit, I don't know, maybe cramped or maybe just disorganised. Or maybe it doesn't matter at all, but we'll see about that and how we adjust things around here as we continue to build. But not bad going, I don't think. We've got research to do. I guess we haven't started that, and that'll be where to begin. And hello, Trollbait. Welcome in. Nice to see you again. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Having a nice day. What game is it? It's like an interesting production game. You make little production lines by programming these little robots to do various jobs. Very simple kind of programming, but interesting in its way. So we're doing all the usual stuff like harvesting wood and stone to build houses and stuff like that, like you would in any other, you know, building game. But we can get the robots to do all these jobs for us by kind of like teaching them. It's kind of interesting. And then the progression mechanic, I guess, is hidden behind the people we have down here. So we feed the people and give them housing and I guess clothing soon. And they give us the WOV. And the WOV will fuel our research at a research station, apparently. So let's pick what we're going to do next. We just need to, I don't know, progress in some fashion. New tools, that could be interesting. I don't know if they're like they're better tools or ones that last longer or work quicker. We just need to grab a stone to start the process. And then our little robot friend will collect the WOV and feed it into the machine for us. And yeah, we're dressed like a tree. I don't know why we're dressed like a tree, but it might be helping us. Or it might not be. Haven't quite understood how that mechanic works. Doesn't matter. Is there anything we haven't done? I think our farms are a good size for now. We might want to grow them at some point. We might want to get a robot just kind of digging farmland up. The wood supply seems okay, and our stone is fine. We've made stuff. I think we're just kind of, yeah, waiting on research to unlock new stuff to do. We could get more people. I just don't particularly feel like we need to. We have enough WOV being supplied to progress. So that seems fine. Or other materials we could be gathering, perhaps? I think it's premature. Clay is here. I think we need to research first. Guess we'll see. Might just do a little bit more moving. I'm just going to move these like well out of our way. So they're not particularly important. If I put that one there, I can put that one there. Nope, there's a rock in the way. Or a bush. That one there and that one there. That gets rid of them. The old box of little WOV we don't need. And then I guess these tools we may use again, but we'll hide them over there for now. It's a bit weird that you can move everything anywhere for free. Not so sure on that whole thing. Let's move that flag out of the way as well. How are we doing? More WOV needed. Do I have a spare robot? No. Let's get a robot built then. I still can't see the point of making the upgraded robots. We needed one to do one particular job. So maybe we'll need more in the future, but in general, resource gathering and stuff, I think we can continue to make a larger number of the basic bots. Seems fine. Have I played Per Aspera? I've not played it. The name rings a bell though. Aspera. Let me do a little search. City building game developed by Teal, published by... Why do I remember it? Published in 2020. Terraforming Mars for human colonization. Is this the one that's made by people from some other game? Like that's what it was known for. The production team came from some mod maybe? Rings a bell as being one people were disappointed with, though I obviously could be wrong about that. As in, I think I saw some people playing it, but not for long. Let's have another little look on what does Steam say. Steam says positive reviews, so can't have been that bad. Might not be the one I'm thinking of. Might be thinking of something different. Yeah. No, not played it myself. It's a bit like, I guess, if it's a Mars colonising one, a bit like Surviving Mars or something like that, perhaps. We have unlocked Chisel and Mallet. Mines rough stone blocks from hard rock mass. So we need to find a hard rock mass and we chisel it to get rough stone block. Okay. We've unlocked a leech, whatever that does. To catch bait and leeches with a net. We can cut the grass down. We can thresh cereal into seed and straw. Bulrush stems. A crude blade cuts crops or fillets fishes. Okay. Sure. We've unlocked a bunch of stuff. Some of which we'll build soon, I guess. We can unlock flooring. Structural parts. They don't seem important, but might just get them done. Arable farming tools. That's tempting to get, so we can start making a farm for cereal crops. Unlock fire or the log cabin. I don't think we need log cabin yet. Let's go with farming. Need to provide a stick to kickstart that one. And we can get on with that. Okay. So if we are going to be farming, let's get more farmland dug up. Not sure about where. This rock is kind of in the way, I guess. Not necessarily in the way, just not great for where we are. Could do it, keep over this side, behind the rock. Yeah, I think that might work. Do want to leave a bigger gap, maybe we'll go 1, 2, 3, start there. Let's get Mr. New Robot. Come on over. I'll teach you how to dig ground. There you go. Tell him to do that, and we'll set the target area. I don't know if we. I don't know how much is an appropriate amount of farmland in general. Maybe we go for this the same size as we've done with wood, and we'll grow these ones out later, or tidy them up or whatever. What is that? That's 9. Let's do a 9x9 block. That'll do for now. I think that'll do. Who knows? If we need to access the crops, I think you can walk over them. You can with the grass. Let's tell this robot to dig a 9x9, and we can always put the turf back later if I change my mind. He needs that shovel. There you go. He can get going on that. I might just see if we can... Yeah, we can scoot over the top of the crops, so it should be fine to just sow all that in, I guess. I hope. We'll see how it goes. We use the robot up, so let's just make a spare one so we have one available. We should set up a robot to do this. It's a lot of bits to collect. I'm not sure it's really worth it. Maybe when we've got, even when we have a bigger use for advanced robots, we could get them on that. Maybe. Can you? Just a thought. Oh, he's just a spare. We'll leave him unnamed. Can you like copy and paste instructions? A bit unclear. Just repeat forever, insert a repeat. Okay, it's just a shortcut for that. No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, there you go. Copy the program image for sharing. You can. So for our new spare guy, I found the spade supplier and did a copy. Then go to our new guy. How do I do a paste? Can make it bigger. Can hide and pop out the buttons. There's no paste there. Show his inventory. Can't just Control V, no. I'm missing something here. Open up him again. What does this say? Copy the program image to clipboard for sharing. Oh. Is that not like sharing between robots in the game, but out of the game? I understand. Yeah, that pastes as a picture out of the game, right? No, then is the answer. You can't copy paste. Maybe that's what this Wonder number 5 bot database. Would that help us? Store, share, and search for programs. Let's make one and find out, I guess. Do we need to make a... I don't think we need a stone head for disposing of stuff yet. We'll leave that for now. We don't have a builder that does tree seeds. I don't think we particularly need one, so I'll go grab them while the other builders add what's needed there. Taking their time, but that's fine. We'll leave them to finish that off. What I would ideally like to do is just get our spare guy to also supply spades to this guy when he runs out. But I'm wondering if there's a shortcut to, rather than showing him how to do it, because I have to wait for him to need one, if we can just copy the instructions and tell a new bot to do the same thing and they just retarget it, that would be nice. Let's have a look at what this place does then. Could use this to store programs and share them between bots. That's what I want. How do I do that? Oh, we've researched the farming. So, pumpkin seed, a hoe, a flail we've got, and a scythe. That's lots of new tools we need to make. Or, you know, get being made so that we have them available. Okay, we'll get to that in a bit. Let's keep research moving. Why don't we do these basic ones? Because we don't have sand. Okay. Could do structural parts if I bring a pole over there. We'll do that. Okay, that opens that. It also says B equals access. Same page. Does it change my options if I open this guy? Ah yes, now we have a little database box. And we can upload. There we go. Makes a funky noise. So if I just call this Spade Supplier program. Oh, linked bots. Don't want that. Okay. Interesting. Just grab the spare guy, open this up and tell him... So yeah, it's not that I want to link him together in some way, I just want to download the program to him. And you'll become... Spares Spade Supplier. We just need to retarget this target area to be his target area. Off you go. That's what I wanted, so that big box is helpful. Don't really need to be near it though if we've got the shortcut on the screen down here, so I'm just going to move that behind all this. That'll do. Out of the way. Okay. Did what I wanted. Let me just rename him to Spare. Spare and Spare Spade Supply can now get on with it. And then we want to make more tools. Why don't I... So I'm going to move my robot making stuff just out of the way. I will move it closer again later, but that's fine for now. Wheels we haven't really found a use for. So all of this stuff I kind of want to just spread out a bit, tidy it up a bit, make it a bit more organised. Just unlock the structural parts, sure. I've got panels, frames, pegs, and the workbench to make them on, I assume. Okay, don't know what they're for, but we can produce them, I guess. Fine. Let's move this out of the way. Put the random junk down. Move this out of my way while I think. Move these out of my way as well. Perhaps. Oh. Yeah, we've unlocked the structural workbench, sure. I mean, the guys can make one of those while so we can have a look at it. Apparently they can't. It's not within the sign coverage, I guess. There we go. That might do better. There we go. He's building that. We need to set off a new research. This is kind of what I meant by it's maybe a bit... I don't know if overwhelming is the right word, not really. Just there's a lot to juggle while I'm still trying to get my head around the basics, I guess, of the gameplay loop. Machine parts. Construction 3, Construction 5. Pottery. Need to get some clay first. Fire and better shelters. Sure. Machine parts. Wooden flooring and fencing. Wooden flooring? Might be nice. Maybe. I mean, whatever. We can do machine parts. So let's get that moving. There is a gear. You guys get on with that. So yeah, I would like to move a bunch of this stuff. Kind of like to move stone storage closer to the stones. Let's put that there for now. Out of curiosity, if I've got quarry team stone collector, yeah, he's programmed to go to stone storage too. It doesn't matter where we put it. That hasn't changed his target, so we can just move it around and it's fine. Good. As long as we've programmed everything like that, we won't have any trouble. The tools, we just move them up, I think. And then over. No. Not allowed to do that? Oh, there'll be something in the way. So I can go there. Move it out the way. Oh, is it the robot that's in the way? Oh, I can't move him? Okay. Who is he? He's... looks like he's on the green team, so is he the spade supply? Stop what you're doing and come over. That was one of them. There's also... I don't know, is that the spare spade supply? Stop what you're doing and come over. And who's that? Wait, did he... So that is a little annoying. Is there like a... There's no way of knowing who this robot is to get him out here unless... I can zoom closer. It's the text on that label. He's the weed spade supply. Like, okay, but... Don't want to have to zoom that far in to read the words on the labels if they're going to be labels. Right. Now I can move that there where I wanted it. Then all of these guys are going to get confused. He can't pick it up because he's already got one and I can't skip the instruction. The way we've programmed them is not good for pausing them because they just immediately get confused. What if we swap that around? Job 1, take the tool to the person. Job 2, get a new one. That way every time we stop and restart, the first thing they're trying to do is go and give them a tool. Then they'll pick one up. So they'll still always be holding them. It's just when we stop and start, they won't get confused again. That seems like it might help. Not that I know what I'm doing, it just seems like it might help. Do the same with the this guy. Not so sure about this whole database thing. It might not really be what I'm after, but you know, it did the job a moment ago. Hopefully that helps him. There was a third one? Yeah, the spares guy. Might as well swap him around. He's going to need a few spades to get all that dug up. Off you go as well. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, like he needs one now. There we go. He's off to deliver it. How lovely. Cool. Machine parts are researched. We've got axles, cranks, better gears, and a bench to make them on. We're unlocking stuff. I'm yet to really see the point, but I'm sure it'll come in handy. So that's kind of what I mean by perhaps a pacing issue, with things being a bit overwhelming. It's happened in other games, I think that we've streamed, but certainly that I've played, where your research outpaces what you're actually doing. I'm researching a whole bunch of stuff, but I don't know what for, and when it's time to actually use them, I need to build them all at once, so the research will be paused while I do the building. So it's not really... the game doesn't flow in a nice smooth progression. You know, I'm not saying it's bad, that's not what I mean, it's just some frustration to that perhaps? We can unlock a mechanical frame saw. Just got to give this guy an axe. Sounds like fun. Let's go ahead and do that. And yeah, we've unlocked that workbench. Let's make one of them as well so we can see. It's flashing... oh, that needs fixing pegs to be made, okay. Sure. I'm guessing that means we need to build a floor underneath it, like it needs to be on a wooden floor or something. It's an inside building, or whatever. Don't really know, but sure. Just want to move pickaxes down here as well, so those tools are all in a row. The sticks could stay there. Kind of... I was concerned about building close when we started working because I was concerned about having to recharge our robots, and long journeys would be more recharging, but it turns out we're playing the game mode where that doesn't matter, so we can spread things out without really worrying about it. I think I might move logs up on this edge as well. I really don't want that there, but I guess I'll move it there for now. Move it forward in a bit. That won't work. It'll get blocked. Let's just move it over. Log goes there. Tools are made there. That's not ideal, actually. We might change this a bit more. Let's put log all the way at the top with a little gap. And then the guy who chops them up can go in the space there with the planks here. Spread it out a little bit. Chop them up. Store the poles there. Planks are used for a few things. I mean, that's fine. People just go up there and get the planks. The spacing on that overhangs a bit. That's fine. And sticks can live on the end. With a little gap. And then I'll bring stones in a similar layout. It's a bit more organised. That helps my brain a little bit. We have like two sets of different things we're making. We're making tools and we're making components. So for now, like I say, we can move everything around, I guess. So let's put components on the next row down with a little box to put them in next to it. So we put the box there. No, it's fine there. That's not a problem. Just move the turf storage somewhere else. Can live all the way up there. Oh, and the turf is despawning because I keep making a bunch. We should get a guy doing turf collections so we don't waste it, just in case we do want it later. Ingredients to make a robot live over here now, so just move the station over here, make a robot, and then move the station out of the way again. Like I say, it's a bit weird that you can just move everything freely wherever you want all the time. Here's the new guy. Please pick up turf, put it in the box. Just retarget you to there. Off you... oh, no. Repeat it. Off you go. Turf. Leave them at the bottom, they're fine for now. And then, yeah, as I say, why don't you just move this back out of the way? Be nice if these guys moved to their new locations, but I guess they're waiting for something to happen. Things to get used. Oh, this needs all sorts of stuff to build. Okay, that may have been premature. We won't get to take a look at them because, yeah, too soon. Those bits can just despawn or whatever. Whatever happens if you leave them lying around forever. I want to check... Okay, so the crude workbench is still making a bunch of relevant things. Tools, actually, isn't it? So I want to set up some more tool makers. Don't know how many of these we're going to need, but I guess we just do a bench making one of each, and that's fine. Haven't really seen a big need for mallets yet. The blades for cutting crops, relevant. A hoe might be helpful, good for farming, so sure. Flail for threshing, we will need that. Scythe I don't think we need yet. It's for like harvesting grass, which I don't think we've seen a use for yet. And then catching bait and leeches, don't know what they're for yet either. Improved data storage. I don't know what that's for either. Why it's made on a workbench. Okay. Blades are used to make hoes, but they're also used to cut crops. But does that mean we need to make more? Store more? I don't think so. Just store a finished hoe all the time and a finished blade. It'll be, you know, like I say, there's no real rush or anything to get things done as quick as I was necessarily fussing about before. So we'll make blade, hoe and flail for now. Which we need. Blade, hoe, and this is in the way. So I guess we're going to start a new line. We'll move all this down one, and that'll be fine. Can I help at all? Just get the stuff that's lying on the ground here to prevent some wastage. log guy's off to get another log. We'll let him finish that. And sure, stick guy can finish the rest. He's doing that. Move. So tools are going to be there. Move the next thing down one. There we go. There was nothing more like gear here, no. Unless we do need wheels, but I think it's just gear then. So we need the other tiger bench to make the other stuff. Okay. Flail. Crude blade. And hoe. Just move this out for a second. We're going to need many more robots. Just move this back over. And I'll work out how many. 3 you're going to need to make the tools. Then we need 1 delivering sticks, 1 delivering stones, 1 delivering stick, and 1 to deliver blade, unless we can combine that. Like an advanced robot could do both of those deliveries. We'll see how that goes. And then that's it. Then they sit there until we have a use for them, I think. So 6 robots maybe? Fine. Good, set a... You need multiple robots to do this as well, for each ingredient. I'd rather make the robots myself, even if it's not the optimal speed for it or whatever. Nice if the robot's pushed forward as well instead of sideways. If that matters. And not going to have enough seeds. There's quite a few on the ground. We'll be okay. We'll just keep stealing them. I'm sure it'll be fine. Rightly concerned the plank guy isn't coming to make more planks, even though plank storage is no longer full. Log guys seem to be doing their jobs. Let's take a quick look at what's going on there. That is part of the lumber yard. Plank cutter is broken. Oh, because... Sure. He's repeating trying to add it into storage, but I left the move outside of the repeats. The move should be within the repeat. So that he moves to it when and that'll be better, but now he's going to move to the start and make a mess of things. Can I skip? No, it doesn't let you skip. Like I don't know why it doesn't let you skip. Just take them away and restart you. I'll put those away. Oh, I should have put them in there, never mind. Pole guy's probably still got the same issue, right? Move that to there, off you go. And let me take your poles away. Too slow. There we go, try that again. Back to where we were. Was the spare guy finished? I think he's finished. Very nice. Get a seed to finish this robot off. Or we can reuse him then to do something else. Spare, stop. Delete your instructions. Give me that spade. No. Try again. Give me that spade. It's almost broken, but I do want to get rid of these flowers. They don't belong there. Don't mind if it's a waste, we'll find more. That broke it and I want to get rid of them bushes as well. You're no longer needed to do those deliveries, but I'll take the spade you've got. Let's get this done, yeah. In somewhere. Potentially. Got a bunch of spare robots, so we can get some stuff in motion. Maybe one of them will need a spade. Keep that in my back pocket just in case. I'm just going to turf over that one square while we're here. Keep it tidy. Okay. So spare your... Going to take 2 sticks. Which we can tidy up in a second, and deliver them to Flail Construction. Job done. But we want you to... I mean, that works fine, doesn't it? It fits within his understanding, and I don't need to tidy the code up. We could say pick up 2 sticks and then drop off 2 sticks, but there's no real need to change it. It works, so... repeat until that is full. Off you go. So while it's full, he's going to do nothing. Kind of nice. Is that how we've done the other guys? Just, let's get this organised. He is now... Flail... No. How are they named? I don't even know. Yeah, he's the maker, right? That's the maker. He's a flail maker. It's going to go into production, but I am going to rename that to tools. Or tool makers. And no gear man is in there at the moment, but we'll move him to a new group when we're making other... I don't know what you call those, structural elements. That's fine for now. He does that when that is empty. It'd be nice if he was holding the materials here. Because it's like, we take the flail away and then he goes to get the sticks, so there's a bit of a delay. It'd be nice if he took the flail away, immediately made one, then went and got the sticks. So can we rearrange this? I mean, we can. We would say, take these out of that loop. So go and get the sticks, and then if it's not full, make one. But if it is full, he'll get stuck here until it's not full. I think that works. We may have broken him by sending him off to get sticks when he already has them, but we'll see. Right, it's skipping it and he's just filling up on sticks. So that doesn't work. Let's repeat until... No, that doesn't work. He gets there, it's full, so he skips it and goes back, which I don't want. But we do need it to loop around for when it changes. We take this away. Drop everything, that's a fine. I'll go put them back. He's gone and picked them up. This is not full, so he hasn't done anything about it, but if I take the flail away, nothing happens because he's already gone past that point. He's not thinking about it again. I don't see a simple answer. So we'll let him do it the less efficient way until I can come up with a sensible answer. That's fine. Stick collector doesn't seem to be collecting any sticks. Because I've done the same thing there. Move should be within, in case I move something. Off you go. Because he's told to do it until his hands are full. That shouldn't cause any issues. Once his hands are full, he'll carry on. He should be happy. I'm hoping. Not sure about the naming here. Can you name two people the same thing? Interesting. He's the green coloured spade supplier. Maybe that'd work okay. Just getting used to it still, I guess. Getting into the swing of it. Let's get ourselves a crude blade maker. We'll get this guy over. Get 2 stones. Deliver to workbench. Make blade. Repeat forever. That's perfectly fine. No, it's not. Repeat until that is full. That is perfectly fine. And he'll do nothing. That's good. Let's get him renamed. You're now a crude blade maker. Perfect. You live in the toolmakers. Okay. I'd quite like to get rid of this boulder and everything, but I'm not sure that's even an option. Get rid of that bush. I'll do it now, actually, while I'm thinking of it, just to tidy up. Things going okay down here. Not really getting fed a lot, but we are not making enough berries. We're not making berries fast enough. Interesting. They're growing fast enough. We're going to need an additional... Oh, I tell you what, we missed something. It's good to take a look every now and then. Check things are doing what they're supposed to. The berry bush beta never got reprogrammed when we added the extra line of berries. So he's only been beating the one line, which wasn't fast enough. So now he's going to do the other line. Still might not be enough. We might need an additional robot doing berry collection. But maybe this will help speed things up a little. All good. Just go put the spade back now. I'm done with it. And considering we need the berries, I'll come and drop them off down here. Actually, these ones are left over here as well. Okay. So now we need a hoe maker, which I'm not sure if these robots are going to be capable of doing the whole job at once, but let's give it a go. Number 36. So we got, no, Turf Man, you can be reprogrammed. Or the older one. We need you to grab stick, deliver stick, grab blade, deliver blade. That's fine, he can handle that. Even the basic guy can handle that. Repeat forever. No, repeat until there's a hoe available. Perfect. You are home maker. You live in the tool team. Okay, extra tools being created. Now I guess we need to put them to use. I was entirely wrong about the robots needed to do the job. Forgot the guy that does the delivering does the making. That's all good. We'll put them to use doing other things soon. I'm assuming what we want to do is hoe the ground that the crops are going on, and I don't know if that needs to be repeated, but I guess it's a tool. Tools break down. I don't know. Let's just get a person, a robot even, and record hoeing the ground. Just assuming. I might be wrong about all this, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay, move to soil. Let's just change the target area. That's a 7x7 with an area outside for things to fall on. That's my preference, I think. Yeah, leave a little border. So we'll do that 7x7. Repeat forever. Go. Ooh, we've unlocked the mechanical frame saw. Whatever that does. sounds cool, so hopefully we can make one soon. I just need to give you a bow and your cereal hoe person, hoe robot. Well, this has to be serial hoe. I don't know what the name of a person who does that is called. But that's fine. You do that. We're going to add a new team for you. Cereal farm. That colour, I guess. If we haven't used that, what colour's lumberyard? I'm not sure lumberyard's even relevant, really. I think we might add them to forest. Or I'm not sure actually where they like the plank and pole cutting. We need another team for them. We put you in the cereals team. We'll make a new team that's what do you even call them? Woodworking? Different colour. So our gear maker is a woodworker. Lumberyard is disbanded. But I want to bring plank cutter and pole cutter into woodworking now. See how that goes. Well, nice. Nice little rows being hoed into the ground there. Didn't need to do one on the corner. Can I just fix that with a spare spade? Meanwhile, number 37. Well, we need this guy's hoe to run out so we can program him. That is, I guess, an annoying thing about the game. I'd like it if you could just maybe type the programming, or at least make it out of building blocks, like you didn't have to show them. Because as it is, I'm like waiting for things to happen before I can show them what to do, and that's just frustrating. It kind of delays that game flow that I want. But oh well. To make a mechanical frame saw, log, plank, we need crank. Crank is made at the wood shaping bench? No, that needs crank as well. So it must be the structural one. So where do we make a fixing peg? Bot workbench? Bot assembly? A good workbench? That's what we've not made. Log, plank, pole and stone. We can make those. Just stick one down here and we'll find out what it's all about. Do we have a builder that does stone? We do. So that should get built just fine. I mean, while we're at it. I assume we're going to need more than one for various things. Let's make two. Can move the other one around. These guys still hungry. Berries? Many berries on the floor. So the berries aren't really being collected fast enough. Is berry collector programmed right? Because there's a pattern to where they're sat on the floor. It is not. We need to edit his area. How silly of me. Did half a job when we expanded there. Hopefully that improves things. Good. There is no hoe. The hoe maker is not moving. What have I done wrong with hoe maker? Oh, he's actually just not running. Okay. And blade maker? Yeah, also just wasn't told to go. Sure. Missed a button. Okay. Somewhat concerned we're at 40 bots out of 300. And I'm not sure we're that far into the game. I don't really know, but... What are we researching next? And let's just, yeah, do some wooden flooring, fencing it. Just the stuff we can do, we have the resources. Just need to add a log there. That'll be fine. Scoot our way back with that. Not sure about this. Yeah, his hose running good, we can program that now. Next robot. Come and get a hoe. Give it to the tiller? Is that what he's doing? Tilling? Change the target area. It's probably going to be stood in that area. And repeat forever. You are the hoe supplier. And go ahead. Part of the cereal farm. I'm not sure. Is there an in-game? Yeah. Pedia. Can we look at... not necessarily tips. The screen's bright. I've lost it. What was I thinking? What did I need to look up? I've forgotten already. Cereal crop? Soil plus cereal. No, it's like it's the tilling, the hoe. What's it for? Or how often do you use it? That's how you make it. We know that. Books and stuff. No, none of this is really whatever. Is it a tip in the farming? Done the research, done this. Sow it. Oh, maybe it's an alternative to digging a hole. A cereal crop is planted in this, so instead of having a guy dig holes up, we need a guy doing this. That would make some sense and be cool. That's fine. To harvest these to get the seeds to plant this, which we can do soon. I guess I don't really need him to dig the whole thing before we start that, actually. We've got the bots. Let's do it. I need a blade. A blade or scythe. So should we make scythes? Is there an advantage to one over the other? Scythe is made from a blade and a stick, so it's more costly. But does it last longer, or...? It's the right tool to use. Let's set up production. Although, out of curiosity, do you... Right, the good workbench doesn't make the things that the other workbench makes and additional stuff. It makes different things. Directional sign. Billboard. If it's a better sign, we might want to use them somehow. This is where we make the chisel mallet. These are the data storage, which... Oh! That's the way to do it. Copy from a bot, copy to a bot, and start the program. Right, that's... we've got that big old black box to do that with, so I'm not sure which is better. Copying from the box or using the storage things to copy instructions. Anyhow, whatever. One thing at a time before my brain melts. Just move that out of the way. We're going to make scythes. Which means... I need a bot to do the same as the other guy did. Just gonna fill that gap in. Mark 38, come on over. You are going to get a stick, deliver it, get a blade. Why is there no blade? Why is there no blade? Why is there no hoe? Same issue we faced in the last session. The whole thing needs wrapping in a forever, otherwise when it's full once it stops forever. So you need to wrap the whole thing in a forever. I'm going to forget that many times, but at least I noticed it now, looking at what's going on. Fine. The next guy who is going to be inside the makeup. I don't like that it closes it when I move this team, but okay. Too slow. Oh no, I did steal it. I may have just confused that robot though. It thinks it got it. Yeah, I picked it up, but it thinks it got it, because whatever reason. Okay. And so forever, check if it's full, and if it's not, get a stick and deliver it, get a blade and deliver it. Yeah, that'll make a scythe. Fine. You're fine. But you next door, Maker, you have got yourself confused. Get yourself that blade. Make yourself a hoe. Perfect. Go put that stick back. Okay. We're progressing, maybe, possibly, probably. Let me just borrow this scythe and we'll get ourselves some seeds. Oh, and actually, we're going to need some stuff in the middle here. One thing at a time. Well, I'm going to go crazy. Okay, let me put that away. What have we got here? We've got cereal. Okay. We've got cereal, so we now need to thresh the cereal, right. So you don't get the seeds immediately. That's interesting. Just bring them over here. We're learning. Just going to move this out of the way. Temporarily again. We need to make the outputs for this field as well, which I may not have left enough space. Might do them underneath. There's a lot of that though. Not too sure about the whole layout, but it'll be fine. We need a storage for... not too sure actually about the threshing. So on this end, we need a storage for the food stuff that comes out, and then we need a storage for the seeds to get re-sown. And then I guess we need a storage for what's harvested, and some kind of threshing happens in the middle here. Although, yeah, it's not a crate, is it? It's a silo for some of it. We're gonna have to look at that. Okay, let's put that back for a second. I need a flail, and then we come over and we flail that, and what we get is a straw and a seed. Okay. Oh, and cows will just randomly come over and eat your cereal if you leave it on the ground. That's nice. Interesting. Let me just, and I keep that seed safe in my back pocket so it doesn't mess with that for a bit. So the seed goes in a silo, the straw goes in a box, the cereal goes in a box. Right. Box for the cereal. Silo. It's annoying that it's a bit bigger, but I guess we'll live. That one there and that one there. That'll do for now. Get that sign. Get the guys building this. Not ideal. Just move that, and we'll move it in range of the construction area, and then we'll move it back over again when it's done. I don't think the sign's worth it actually. What we should do is have a preset construction zone over here or wherever. Everything we want to build, we build inside that, and they deliver, and then when it's done, we move it. I guess. Anyhow. Is everything good here? I'm not sure the flail maker's doing the right thing. I think there should be 2 flails there. Yeah, correct. That's better. Right. The gear maker's doing nothing. He should be doing something. Woodworker, gear maker. You have the same problem. You were done in the last session, so my bad. That time as well. Okay. So the hoe guy, I think we keep him set to hoe continually. I'm going to assume after you harvest, the ground needs tilling again. But this ground, it's interesting. We'll see. What else are we halfway through? The hoe supply is okay. I think that's all, though we're going to need some more robots for this process, I think. I'll just move that up the top here. It's nearer the materials involved. We can live there for a while. There's certainly depth to the game. What are we doing down here? They're still not really getting fed enough. I think we do need to increase berry production. No rush at the moment, but just in general, we will need to increase berry production. Assuming they're always needed, like this level it's berry plus weed, and next level is going to be berry, weed and cereal or something like that. And straw. That's a good point. Which way round did it go? Seeds in the silo, straw in the box. It's unusual. Seeds we replant. I guess the straw will be used in the next thing. Where's food? It's wildlife. There's food. Stewed berries is spiced berries plus water in a pot, and oh my, doesn't involve any of the other stuff. Berry jam is honey. Berry pie needs pastry, which is crude flour where you mill the seeds. Okay. So they're used for replanting and for other stuff, like the weeds. So we're probably actually going to want 2 silos. One that's used for replanting and is the primary storage, and then one that's used for the cooking and is the overflow of that. Okay. Fine. I'll rearrange all this in a second. Let's just... While they're building them, let's be making the robots, because we're going to need more than 2. I'm sure of it. Pretty sure of it. Research done. An archway, a wall, a gate, a fence, floor. Okay. If you say so. Gonna have to start building buildings to put the buildings in. We can do that. So they come here, okay. So like blueprints that we place and we can get the robots to build it. Expensive flooring, a log and a plank for 1 square. Interesting. What are we doing down here anyway? I think Guy and Pole Guy are going to finish that in a second. This is out of range of... Okay. He's on his way, so I'm going to move the sign and I can get started on the second sign. Let's just get these flowers out of my hair. Check. I'm not sure if I'm harvesting with a scythe, does that even get rid of them? Yes, good. It's making seeds and stuff. I don't know if we need to store these. What are they? Chamomile and delphinium. Are they easily replaced? There's some chamomile. Not sure about the delphinium. Might want to keep them safe in case it matters and they're finite or something. Don't see any more. There must be more than just those 2 in the whole map, though. Must be. Don't see any more, though. Okay. Not really got anywhere to keep them safe. You can't, like, forcibly empty this somehow, can I? Can only, like, delete it or separate them? No, it doesn't look like you can. They live together now. So I'd need to make a storage just to put these in. Don't really want to do. Yeah. Just gonna stick them over here for now. If I've completely messed everything up and made the game unplayable by doing this, then we'll just have to start a new playthrough when we hit the brick wall. But for now, anything I can do to keep my head straight is a help. Which will turf over that one spot there. The gap of 3 really isn't quite big enough for these silos, is it? We do something different. We could use the edge end there. We could leave a bigger gap for the next field and then just reorganise all of these accordingly around this field with a bigger gap. Could do. Let's assume we're going to do that. Just going to fill these dirts in for now anyway. Let's say we're leaving a bigger gap. That one I want to turn around because it's going to be used to re-sow. And then that one's the extra, although might as well turn it around too. That might make it more viable to have it 3 wide. That's for the straw. And then I guess we're going to use a spot here to do the threshing. Kind of interesting. Should we like make a little bit of flooring to mark the spot? I think there was like a machine we unlock later. The machine will do the threshing for us. Possibly. For now, we're good. To progress things a little, if I can get my head around what we're doing. Put a seed in this silo. We're doing this down here. Yeah, 1 basic robot's enough. I'm pretty sure. For the whole picture, but yeah, grab seed from here, plant it. Retarget this area. And it is, put it in tilled soil in that area. Go ahead. You are the cereal sower. You live in the cereal farm team. Good. Okay, we just need more cereal seeds to actually do anything with. Fine. I'm going to grab a scythe again and go get some more from the wild growing stuff. But we need to remember to just not leave our cereal, the harvested item, lying on the ground because cows. Which is pretty cool actually, it's kind of nice that they do that. One of those like little things that makes the world feel a bit more alive when the animals do sensible things. Can I teach our thresher? Swap this scythe for a flail. Oh, I'm not. Hang on. Set a research going first, so it's always in motion. I mean, we can do a bunch of these. Let's learn about fire. Put a stick in. And we'll learn what fire is. And now, number 40. I think what you do is take a cereal from here, put it on the ground. No. Doesn't work because you've got a flail in your hand. Ooh, that's awkward. He doesn't have a backpack to... Maybe we can make a bot backpack so we can swap between them. Interesting. Unless we have 2 robots, one just puts the cereal on the ground, and the other one flails it, and another one collects the results. Might make a bit of a mess because the results we need to stop if there's too many. Don't know how you do this manually with robots. Manually with robots, yeah. If the flail's on the ground, you could say, pick up the cereal, put it down, pick up the flail, flail it, put down the flail, repeat. But yeah, we need an upgraded bot to do that. And he's putting the flail up and down. That is correct. He then makes the 2 items, someone else puts them away. We tell him to stop if the storage is full, I guess. Although, as with all these things, we can tell him to stop if the seed storage is full, but that'll stop the creation of straw just because seed storage is full. So we kind of want them to do it forever, even if that means resources get wasted, destroyed. And resources are infinite, so it doesn't really matter. It's interesting. I'd like to find a better way of doing that. Because, you know, if we can use the basic bot, then that is preferable. So yeah, backpack. A backpack might help. Let me come over to, or bring over. This is the bot workbench. Bot backpack, 3 planks and a pole. You can do that. Not sure it makes a difference. I guess he wouldn't need to move, so we're going to reduce the number of instructions because he doesn't need to move to swap between flail and not flail. So you are bot number 40, just rename this. You are cereal thresher. Give you the backpack. There, the upgrade that gives you the backpack slot. Good. So what we're going to change... I think I'm going to need to just reteach you. And hopefully you can learn based on my backpack. So you're going to start with the flail in your backpack. Now let me just put these away. You're going to get a cereal out of the box, put it on the floor, swap the flail in. No, he doesn't have that, so we need to say swap held item or retrieve. What? I don't know which one it is. Cycle held item up. I don't know what they mean. That's a little unclear. Let's say it's swap held item. I don't know if it is, but okay, let's say it is. Thresh this, and then stow held item. Like stow makes sense to me, it's put it in your backpack, but I don't know which of these is. Maybe it's retrieve. Let's try that. Retrieve from your backpack to your hand. Maybe. Repeat forever. So that used less memory. Get the cereal, put it on the ground. Get your flail out, flail it, and off you go. So we're just going to reduce the size. The threshing is always going to happen on the spot you put it down. Although, that spot is going to get quite full, I guess. Can I re-target so you can put it? No. In any location? No, just a spot. So we'll go with that. Find cereal, thresh it, move to target, then put that away. Guess we're going to see if that works. I might want to pause him for a bit till we get the other guys up and running. He doesn't have a flame, right. What did I do with my flame? I've just put it on the ground, haven't I? There. You did it. And it works. That is right. Retrieve gets it out of his storage. Okay, perfect. The thresher is threshing. Part of the cereal farm team. Number 41. You need to come and get cereal seed. Put in here. And then you need spare instructions. Find the nearest cereal seeds in the thresher's spot. They might, I don't know if they do fall over, but let's get an area all around. Move to them, pick it up, go to storage 1, add it in. So all of that needs to go in a loop that you do until storage 1 is full. We're going to have to look at how we did this actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm confused. How did we do that with weeds? Repeat the whole thing forever. The whole thing. Right, yeah, that's fine. Hello, Gertz. Welcome back. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Morning to you. So I need to re-record picking up a seed. So I can fix this up. Move to, move, pick up, move to, get rid of. So get rid of them. Repeat the whole thing. So he's going to keep doing this bit until that's full. When that's full, he'll do this bit. And when that's not full, he does a loop back around, and that's all he can handle. But this is cereal seed collector. Seems good. Very good, good. Glad to hear it. Myself, yeah, good. Not bad at all. Reasonable day. Not too warm, not too cold. Doing good today. He seems fine. He can go in cereal farm team. Okay. There's one part. And then number 42, you are straw collector. Come and get straw from this zone. And you put it in there. Doesn't work on them. Well, again. Put it in there. There we go. Repeat forever. You're nice and simple. Just put that in there. Okay. We're still missing a few people. We're going to need more robots. Many, many more robots. We need someone to bring flails to the thresher when they're broken. We need someone to do the harvesting. Someone to bring him his scythe when that breaks. And someone to collect the harvested cereal and put it in the first box. Okay. I'm interested by the fact that this cereal is growing. Like, I haven't really watched what they're doing here. Is he harvesting? Or are we just not harvesting yet? That might be the case. He's sowing, right? Yeah. I think if we get a man with a scythe to do harvesting, we'll see the next stage. He just, when he was planting, he skipped a spot for some reason. Distance to the silo, I guess, would be the reason for that. When we're proficient with all this, we can take on the pirate bots. Yes. I haven't seen much of the sequel game, or heard what people think or anything. I don't know if it's good or... my understanding is it's pretty much the same thing, but there's also some combat involved, which I don't really know how that's applied, but it could be interesting. In games where you build stuff, I generally dislike combat because I want to build stuff and combat leads to my stuff getting destroyed, which is the opposite of building. So in general, I'm against it, but it can be applied in an interesting or a fun way, especially if it's kind of got enough separation so that it doesn't actually destroy things. It has some other penalty. Possibly. The one who's got better music, interesting. I mean, we could silence the music in this game and just play the other music instead. I don't mind the music in this game, it's alright. It's, you know, just background noise, really. Nothing special. Cereal... what do we call them? I mean, it's a... Harvester? Harvester? Yeah, harvester, that's the word we used. You chop this. We just retarget that. No. That's your target area. Repeat forever. You just scythe down any crops, that's fine. Take my scythe. Actually, don't take my scythe. No, that's fine. Break that one and then we'll teach him what to do. They kept the destructive element to a level that you find bearable. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it is destructive, but perhaps not too much, or, you know, not excessive. Maybe we can take a look. If I'm not sick to death of the little robots by the end of this game, then maybe we'll take a look at it, at the sequel. I've unlocked crude torch. Okay. We've unlocked crude torch. That guy's fine. In he goes, cereal farm. No one is collecting the cereal. Number 44, cereal collect. Pick up cereal, put in box. Retarget that. Cover the whole field. Loop it forever. Off you go. I think what I will do though is take cereal harvester. Change your instruction. So if we're full on cereal, stop harvesting. Everyone else can keep going. That's similar to how we've done the wood, I think. That'll be fine. The threshing we also want to stop. So thresher. Keep going until the second cereal storage is full. Yeah. And then we just need to make sure we've got enough straw storage to deal with whatever is coming out us. We've got 200 cereal seed storage, but only 25 straw, so that's not going to work. It's really not going to work. But that's a later problem. We'll deal with that when it becomes a problem. We'll see it. Exactly, not excessive. You have some control over how aggressive things get. Oh, that's good. Need some control over it. It is nice. Guy's not got a flail, so I can teach bot 45. You are a flail supplier. I'm forgetting what words I used. Yeah, supplier's correct. Your job. Come get a flail. Deliver to him. Is this the one I wanted to flip around? I think it is. Repeat, but I'm going to manually flip this around. Also going to retarget that. That bot's always going to be around here. Away you go. You will fail immediately because you need a flail. Oh no, you're fine. Are you? What have you done here? Let me pick that flail up. I should give it to you. You'll finish your loop? No. You've got a flail, he's got a flail. So we're in a good position. Next time he runs out, you'll give him a flail. Things will flow better. That's... I think that's okay. Right. Cereal is growing. Things are happening on the cereal field. We're still missing scythe supplier. So we need the scythe to break for that, and I need to make another robot for that. And for other things, no doubt. Good to find a use for the straw, because that'll keep that moving when the other stuff is as well. Which I guess is to do with animals? Feeding, maybe? We need to... not domesticate, what's the word? Ranch. There's some animals, you know, get them in a pen with a barn or whatever. One thing at a time. Which reminds me, actually, I don't think our research is currently active. We should go pick something. Just make a couple extra spare robots ready. Right, we were researching. No? Oh, we finished a plan. I was just building stuff. I wasn't even paying attention to the plans. We've made our arable farm. Perfect. Our cereal small holding. That's really nice. We unlocked Scarecrow. Do we need to make scarecrows? Wow, complexity. And a watering can? Do we need to... Or maybe we can water the cereal to make it grow faster. Interesting. Come flail with me. I'm not a huge fan of the setup here. I hope we can get a threshing machine to tidy this up a bit. I did see that the cow came over and ate the cereal, so just a little concerned about protecting it, I guess. It'll come with time, I'm sure. We are not researching, let's pick something. Let's do whatever we can. I've not harvested any sand. I guess you just shovel the beach. And clay? Do you pickaxe the clay maybe? We'll give some of them a go in a second. I haven't harvested any bulrush yet. I don't care about the Mark II bot yet. But log cabin, I guess, is a progression of our WoW generation, so let's get that moving. Let's get a log over here. We can get moving on this. Still not feeding them really fast enough, but you know, we'll live for now. Plenty of other things to do while we wait. So if I shovel and I pickaxe, then I can test this out. Oh, it tells me dig with a spade. My bad. Spade on clay makes clay. Eventually, I guess. Pretty slow. Very slow. But yeah, there we go. Fine. And sand just says sand, so I guess we need to come over and find out more. Digging sand does not make sand. Digging seawater does not make sand either. Okay. Don't know how we get sand yet. We will bear that in mind and look for an answer. Maybe there's an answer in here. Where would sand be? Structure, no. Miscellaneous. Yep. Crude bucket plus sand. Ah, that makes sense. Okay. So we probably need to start producing things from these workbenches then. Crude bucket is a tool. Also the scarecrow, watering can and torch that one thing at a time. This is going to make a crude bucket, but I'm going to move it into the tools part of the world. Needs 4 planks to make a bucket. That's a lot. How do we want to do that? We can put the hand upgrade on a basic bot, then it can carry 4. That might be the way to do it. 46 if you were to be our bucket maker. I would need you to come over here. Take the upgrade. You can carry 4 planks now. Called 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of. We'll tidy that up in a second. Deliver here. That makes a bucket. Okay, so you'll move to the plank storage and pick up a plank until your hands are full. That tidies them up. Then you're going to move down here and add it to the workbench until your hands are empty. And that tidies up those. You're going to repeat all of that until that's full. Then you're going to repeat that entire thing to restart if it becomes full and then not full. There. Bucket maker in the toolmaker team. Okay. Buckets are being made. I don't know if we need to do anything with them, but I'm just going to go get a bit of sand. First to prove it works, and then to do the research that needed a bit of sand. Yeah. Bucket containing sand. Cool. Just going to come drop that next to the research here, so when this research is done we can do the one that needed sand. Perfect. Something's not going great here. Big stack of straw. Straw storage is full. That issue has already appeared. Let's just stack up a whole bunch of extra boxes there for the immediate issue. Achievement. Anything stored 5,000. We've just put 5,000 things into boxes over the course of the game? Perhaps? Fine. That's a lot of cereal. I'm sure this is going great. The cereal, when he harvests it, it makes 2 pieces, right? It makes 3 pieces when he does it. Oh, maybe that's the advantage of tilling the land. Maybe you can sow the cereal seed on the dirt like it is over here. But if you till the land first, you get an extra bit of cereal. Could be a thing. What I wanted to do was get our cereal collector and retrain him a little bit. I want you to find cereal, move to and pick up until hands full, and then put it in the box until hands empty, and keep doing that. So rather than taking a trip with 1 every time, I'll take a trip with 3 every time, and there will always be 3 every time because 3 spawns each time. Maybe. Probably going to need an extra stack of crates for straw. Oh well. So somewhat concerned that the ground hoeing isn't going fast enough. But the field might just be big enough that it doesn't matter, really, from the looks of current situation. I don't know. I guess we'll just leave it. I'm sure when the stack of straw gets tall enough, the ones at the bottom are just going to be destroyed. I think that was happening before with the turf, so hopefully. Cereal farm is okay. 9 robots doing that. Cool. Mark 47 is doing nothing. Okay, he's ready for whatever comes next. Which, I guess we should be looking at our plans, actually, to see what comes next. So to get our next level of lumber stuff, we need to make mechanical frame saw, wood shaping, and structural workbench. So the wood shaping needed a crank and a square frame. Frame saw needs crank. Structural workbench needs fixing pegs. So I guess I was looking at this workbench. It doesn't make any of those things. So the first of those needed fixing pegs. They're not made here. And they're not made here. Okay. Back to this page. Fixing peg. You axe up a pole. Interesting and annoying that you don't do it at a workbench. Like, I'd rather do it at a workbench. Maybe we unlock that option in the future, but I guess for now you X up a pole. So... yeah, that's the best we can do over there for now. We need a storage... move that, because it's not currently being used. And next to the gears, we just need a spot on the floor and some storage. And a guy will bring a pole over, chop it with his axe and throw it in the storage. Maybe I do want a little bit of floor just to say that's where he works. If that is, we'll see what it looks like. I guess we'll make a bit of floor and see what it looks like. Okay, so that's going to make structural pegs. We still need the other stuff, but I guess structural pegs will get us the structural workbench. That might get us the frame. Not sure about the crank. Frame is, yeah, structural workbench with those things. The crank, likewise. Okay, that'll be good then. Get that sorted out. Make more robot while I wait. Should get someone making clay, I guess. Just set up the clay harvesting system. Why not? We do that next. We'll need a storage box to put clay in. Which, like I said, I think we can spread out. It's okay. That'd be nice if it was together with other stuff, but the clay's here, so it's going to be there. I will move some of these further out of the way. Okay. Let's do the sensible thing, though. Build it within range of the sign, and then I'll move it when it's done. While I'm thinking, let's make another robot. I need to teach one to dig up clay, one to take it to the box, one to bring over spare spades, so we need 3 to do that. Then I need a guy to do the structural peg making, so let's make another robot for that. Up to 50. I'm sure we'll be fine. This guy's scythe is broken, and the scythe deliveryman is nowhere to be found. Okay, just checking. Hose supplier, flail supplier. I did not make a scythe supplier. I guess he had to run out first, so... Number 47. You come to get a scythe. And you give it to the farmerman. Who lives within this box. Eat forever. You're good. You are scythe supplier. And you live in the cereal team. 10 people. 1/5 of our workforce just to make straw and wheat, I guess. Means I'm going to need another bot. Do everything that's half on my mind. So the guy making the structural pegs is a bit like the thresher. We're going to need to give him a backpack, or we're going to want to give him a backpack to streamline things. So I guess we'll make one of them. Pole and 3 planks. Pick that up, we move that back out of the way. need an axe. So he's going to need another guy to supply him with axes. Okay. I think, yeah, we can work with that. We just need to make more robots. More and more robots all the time. Come over here, number 48. Oh, yeah, there you are. Have your backpack. And then an axe. Then we're going to teach you to do this. So axe starts in the backpack. And then you go get a pole, put it on here, you retrieve, which does that, use that on that, and then stow, which does that, and then you can repeat all of that. Or can you also pick up the peg, put it in the box? No. Okay. Especially not if you need to repeat forever. It's -3, so the better bot might do it, which I think is preferable to like using 2 bots, because you just have the other one pick up the pegs, put them in the box. It's a bit, it's unnecessary. Yeah, it is. Okay. Save that. No. Can I not? Because it's not functional? Am I not allowed to? Perhaps. I'm allowed to put him in the database. Fine, we'll redo it. No big deal. Give me that backpack back. And come get out of the way of it. Someone else will get that backpack in the future. We need to make the upgraded version of the robot. Which is fine. A head. Ooh. I have alternative options, don't I? Variants, yeah. Which I don't care about at all. They don't behave differently, I don't think, so yeah, a head is a plank and a seed. Body is 2 planks and a pole. And legs or wheels is a log, a plank and a pole. Yeah, we are gradually progressing on this. It's a big one. Take them to here. We'll make a better bot. A bigger bot. Move that back out of the way. And he, number 1002. Comes with a backpack slot and 4 hands and a bigger brain, so hopefully he can do this. What did I need? I needed the axe, I've got that on me. So, pick up a pole, drop it here, retrieve your item and chop. Reduce that down to where you put the item. Stow your item, pick up the peg, put it in the box, and repeat. Yeah, just enough brain space to do that. I'll change that to be repeat until the box is full, and repeat the whole thing. Uses up the last kilobyte of brain power. But that should work, hopefully. It just does the whole end-to-end process without making any mess. Go get that, chop it up, put it away. Go get another one, chop it up, put it all away. Off you go. the obvious problem. You need an axe in your backpack to start with. We could get him to bring 4 poles over, chop all 4, and have someone else put them away. Or give him a brain upgrade, maybe he'd be able to put them all away. That's an added level of complexity. I think we need the next level of bot, really, to get that all done at once. You are our peg maker. You belong in woodworking. Okay, we have pegs. Also have my spare box. It's going to come live over here. It's a bad spot for that. Actually, let's put it over here again. Build stuff in that area, maybe. We need a spade. We need robot number 48 to come over here and dig up clay. Guess we could get this guy and the stone guy to dig up a piece, put their spade in their backpack, put the piece away, and so on and so on, but I think that's a bit more clunky. So I'd rather keep these simple. Just dig up clay until that's full. Repeat the process forever. Off you go. Have a spade. There you go. You are clay digger, and we need a new team, which is clay. Is that colour in use? It's a bit similar to the toolmakers, but it is different. That'll do. Number 49. Pick up clay, put in box. Repeat forever. Just change your target area. And off you go. You are clay collector. Just double check quarry. Yeah, collector, miner collector, and then the pickaxe supplier. So we just need a spade supplier, but we need him to break his spade before we can do that. Do we? I think we do, actually. Oh. We've unlocked the 3rd level of WoW. And the log cabin. Okay. Number 50. Can you import spade supplier and retarget to over here? I think you can. Go ahead, though you're going to need feeding a spade to start your process. Where are you? You should be coming over here. No, you're searching, so you're just going to sit still and search. Is there like a go to him button? No. Oh, there you are. I see you're highlighted there. When you're carrying a spade, you have to be careful. I've accidentally dug up a bit of ground there. There we go. You are part of clay. There we go. Perfect. I'll just rename the quarry team to be stone, just to be clear what they're quarrying. I think we're on top of everything we've started doing. And that's progressing clay pit, so he's going to dig up the 20 to get that done. That'll happen quite naturally. We've unlocked log cabin. A log cabin is made from straw. 6 straw makes a log cabin, not logs. Am I crazy for thinking it should be logs? In any case, I assume we build a log cabin and move our people into them, but I guess let's make 3 of them and find out. Anything else? So lumber, we still need to make these workbenches, which we're making pegs so we can do progress. Waterworks, we need to store 10 fresh water. I don't know what for. We can do that. Clay's getting mined. We'll need to turn the clay into something, but that's behind research at the moment. We need to upgrade the cooking. Need to do Bulrush Farm. That's going to be awkward because they're all the way over here. Unless there's an alternative, but I don't think so. So, yeah. Oh, up there might be some. Could be closer. Wonder if we can make swamp somehow, so that we can grow them closer. Unless you can just replant them on dirt after you harvest them. We can give it a go. Maybe a bit later. A textile comes after that. So that's what I mean about the last stage we did have like 2 steps to do. And now, on this stage, we need to do the bulrush farm and then turn it into textile. And those are 2 separate processes. We probably should have done the farm in the previous step and the textile in this one, or, you know, whatever. No big deal. Obvious problem with asking them to build the cabins is we don't actually have a person who delivers straw for building. I don't know how common that's going to be, so I think I'm just going to do that myself. I'm not sure after this we're going to need much straw delivering for construction. If we do, we'll get a robot on it. Ah, hello. It's built in multiple stages. That is an interesting choice. Like, I don't quite get that. I guess it's just the first time it does it. Maybe it'll do it more times in the future too, but it's a little inconsistent that nothing else is built in stages. Like I say, maybe things later will be. So after having given it the straw, it then says you need 6 logs in each, which the robot can do gradually. Not a lover of that. Next week's actually sand. We've got a bucket of sand. In it goes. And we get an empty bucket back, but it's not broken. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Have to work out how we deal with it. Moving stuff like that around, water or whatever. Right. Peg Maker needs his axe. That's what our spare guy is for. You are axe supplier. We need to find an axe and give it to this guy. It will be somewhere in this kind of area. Repeat. Go ahead. Ah, well, that's the one. I'd rather have it the other way around. Just need to make sure you actually pick up an axe. Where are you? Not yet. There you go. So you're good to go. You live in... I guess you're in the toolmaker team, which is annoying, because everyone else just works at a workbench. I hope we just unlock an option to make those pegs by some other method soon. They do let us make these things though. Let's get moving on that. Structural workbench next. And then wood shaping needs some stuff that we make there, so I guess we need to do a mechanical frame saw, so cranks and square frames. So we're going to need 2. Also, they're flashing with this symbol, which I think it means they need a floor underneath them. I don't know if they also need walls around them. No, can't build a floor. Don't know. It's just move in range of the building and then we'll see, I guess. We'll work it out. Maybe they need this kind of floor, not the wooden one. Crude flooring and a sandy track, which makes moving faster. That's nice. There will be roads at some point then. Something's wrong over here. Let's look at that in a second. Get rid of this flashing, annoying symbol. Pegs are full, so he stopped. Interesting. It's flashing and the guy's not putting it in, but it says 24 out of 25, so full doesn't seem to be making much sense to me personally, but, you know, whatever. Okay, something is wrong on cereal farm. Let's find out what. Cereal harvester is stopped. Repeat until cereal... Ah, that's wrong. You should be repeating until cereal storage 2 is full. Go. That could be what happened, I guess. It thinks that one's full, but it says 46 out of 100. Which is not full. Where's seed collector? You are targeted wrong. Ah, no you're not. Because you collect it after the threshing, that's fine. It's that one needs to be on the same area. You're fine, but why do they think that's full? No idea. The seed away. He's fine, I think. Keep half an eye on that. We can come back and make sure they're behaving in a bit. And pause again. Harvester is... What's the exclamation mark mean? No tool, right. That's fine, the tool guys are on their way. Yep, tool guys are on their way. They're fine. And 53 bots all appear to be doing what they're supposed to, just, don't know, things could be sped up maybe in some places. Clay is sitting around waiting. Let's pick our next research. Forgot to keep that moving. How about clay? Unlocks simple pots. We can do that. Just grab a bit of clay. Get that moving. We're making some kind of progress, or something that vaguely looks like progress in the settlement here. Now, there's a finished log cabin, a couple of finished log cabins. Cool. Let's get them moved over here. Kind of want to make more space in this area. Move the research. Can't do it while it's wiggling. Okay. Move it now to go there. And then... Oh, I don't know really. There's nothing much to be done there. Just move the houses so we can put the new ones in. Yeah, that one wasn't finished. Well, they can build those things. I'll just finish this one off quickly. Needs 5 planks. Alright, so it's a stage after the logs. Logs are perhaps the walls, 4 planks. Interesting. And then planks for the roof, I suppose. Okay. Good. Then I can move Anko into this house. They've evolved to level 3, so they now want clothes. Interesting. Does that mean he's going to give me nothing unless I give him clothing? I wonder. Oh, I'm carrying a... Let's not level them all up yet. I gave him food. We're not getting anything, yeah. Okay. So that is premature. Can I downgrade him? Yeah, good. To keep getting WOV, we need to keep them in the current housing until we can provide them with clothing. So it is, yeah, premature for them. Let's just move them out of the way. We'll put these guys back where they were, so things can keep moving along without needing to retarget or anything. Okay. Worth knowing. Need to work on that, which means we need to get the bulrushes sorted out. What does it say? Blade or scythe? Let me grab a scythe and go see what happens, kind of thing. It's a long way to come, but you know, we can just set up a robot to do it. When I know what's going on. I think it splits into two, right? Seed and stem. Yep. 2 seeds, 1 stem. Stems go into boxes. I guess they're the bit that gets turned into stuff. The seeds. I assume you can put. You just. Yeah. Put 1 into swamp, it's fine. But can you put it into fresh water? Might make some sense if you could, but I think it grows in swamp and that's the deal. Yeah, can't do that. Okay. Any help in encyclopedia for what options we might have? Clothing? No, this is like not it. Wildlife? Bulrush. Swamp plus seed. That's, yeah, there you go. And swamp? Can it give me any help? No, seawater, sand, soil. So could we use a bucket to get swamp water and put it somewhere? I'm skeptical of that. Tools. Bots. Tools. Bucket. It's just how to make a bucket, or a good bucket. Maybe a good bucket could carry them. Watering can. Don't think a net helps. Ooh, a dredger. Removes soil so water can. So we could move the swamp water over by dredging a channel and then backfilling it, hopefully with soil or whatever. Good, but it's a stage 6 research, so that's not going to happen anytime soon. So I don't think we have an option at the moment. I may well be missing something, obviously, but that's fine. Oh, can we make wool instead? I think we need to do the bulrush farm anyway, don't we? Yeah. Unless I just arbitrarily did it. No, let's make some bots. Gonna need 1 to chop them. We're gonna need about the same as a cereal farm, really. Just we don't need to prepare the land. Oh, I need to change the recipe there. So. One to chop them. 1 to put the seeds away. No. 1 to replant the seeds. They don't really need putting away, I don't think. Interesting. 1 to deliver scythes. Long journey, but okay. We're on the mode that doesn't... where that's not really an issue, I guess. By accident, but that's fine. Want to collect the stems, they need putting in a box. Probably all the way back here. So yeah, there'd be long journeys for 2 of them. So we might want multiple guys collecting, so they're going back and forth all the time. Or we do all the clothes production over here and have some multiple bringing the clothes over, but I like that less. Let's keep going. What am I missing? Tree seed. So 1 to do it, 1 to give him his tool, and 1 to collect the pieces, and 1 to resew. So we need 4 robots, I think. Yeah, the guy doing the hoeing isn't particularly quick. No big deal. I guess it's just the planter plants immediately after he gets one, so it doesn't... Can't really see his work. We got plenty, though, evidently. Massive stack of straw. The seed's not doing too hot, though. See, it'll get there, but yeah. 60 seeds, but over 100... Oh, because they get re-sown. That's interesting. But I guess, you know, each seed is turning into 3 seeds, so progress is going as good as it can. There's 4 guys, right? And I've got a scythe on me so we can teach them what to do. We just will need a storage box for the stems, which we're going to put around here somewhere when it's done. That is currently unused. Get that out of the way. I might dig some more of this up just to tidy up the area ready. I do actually just want to know, is this closer? Is it better? Are there any other options? So the map is here. Swamps are... Oh, that's closer, right? One in the northwest, and then in the east there's a few options. But the one we've been looking at is the closest. 1, 2, 3... 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's a block of 15 we can do quite neatly there. And over here it's a bigger organised area. They're only growing on the edge. I wonder if they can only grow on the edge. Hadn't considered that. I don't know if robots can go through shallow water or can't go through deep water. We can't, so I assume they can't. So we can go in the freshwater bits. Might make the path a bit shorter. Possibly, but like our farmlands are here, so the work's going to be done here. And I think distance-wise, it's neither here nor there, really. We'll go with over here. Why not? We might be setting up a metal mining spot here anyway, from the looks of it. That can all happen over here, I guess. We haven't set up a pumpkin farm yet either. Haven't necessarily needed to yet, but assume we will want to at some point. Another farm to set up. Oh, there, yeah. We'll get bulrush farming up and running, then I'll come finish off these workbenches by adding the pegs. So we don't have a builder configured to do that. But before we get our bulrush farm set up, I will take a short break. We are just over 2 hours in. It would be sensible to stretch the legs a bit, give the brain a little bit of a rest. Let's pause things up. I'll just be, like I say, 5 minutes to do a few little bits and then come back with a fresh brain. We will get bulrush farm up and running, get those structural workbenches built, and look at those additional woodworking jobs that need doing, and then set up clothing production, I guess, so we can try and get some level 3 folk fed and providing WoW before the end of the stream today, hopefully the next couple of hours. I will see you shortly. Hello, hello. I am back from the break. Let us continue. Let's get these bulrushes sorted out. I guess I do want to know, can you plant them in the middle? It's kind of important. So let's find out. You can. Good. Okay. So we can do a proper farm in a block here, and then tidy up the edges in the future. Hopefully, might just plant the whole thing, and you know, it's a bit irregular, which I don't like, but that is probably the right thing to do in this context. Let's bring over some people. Number 52. Here is how you harvest a bulrush. We will set your target area. Cover everywhere it could be. I think we might miss that one on the edge, that's fine. Should we miss more? I do like squares. Yeah, I can't help myself. I'm sure it will be enough stems that we harvest from just this middle 15. Don't know. For now, it'll be enough, and hopefully by the time we need more, we can create ourselves a new swamp. Yeah. You are bulrush harvester, and you do that. You harvest them until storage is full. That's going to have a bit of a lag to it because the storage is at a bit of a distance, so he'll probably over harvest, but we'll live. You know, it won't be a big deal. You can just do that. I am going to move the completed storage box over. So the food production we're probably going to line up here. We'll move the research. We'll do food here. Clothing will be nearby. So let's put it there for now, and we'll or like over here, and the buildings will be next to it. We'll get these flowers out of the way and stuff in a second. Happy enough with that. We are going to need a new team. We're running out of colours we can use that are unique. I guess we've got more teams than there are colours available there. Might have to pick our own, which I'm not good at doing. We can give it a go though. Let's just make a darker green, even darker green. How's that? That's distinct enough. Yeah, why not? This is bulrush. There we go. And the harvester goes in. You need a tool, yes, I'm aware. You can take mine. Number 53. Your job. Pick up seed. Plant seed. So you're going to find seeds slightly beyond the borders. Like that. Yeah, because they do fall out. And then you're going to plant them within the border. And that's it, I think. Unless we find something that says it needs the seeds and we need to process them in some way, we'll just pick them up off the ground and plant them in, and job done. Food forever. Off you go. We've dug up enough clay to finish... No, other way around. This is the research, it's not the progress one. We've done the pottery research, which lets us make gnomes. If there's a reason to. And the pots we need for the better food, the kiln, which looks like it's going to be complicated, and a clay station. Okay. Looks like it's going to be complicated, but one thing at a time. You are the bulrush sower. You live in the bulrush team. Number 54, you need to pick up the stems. Just grab them, we'll get rid of that. Stems will fall around the area. As so. And you're going to walk them all the way over here and drop them in this crate. Which, like I say, it might require multiple people, multiple robots to to make that journey quick enough, or, you know, in an efficient manner, maybe. Well, we'll see how it goes, obviously. Repeat that forever. Forever? Yeah, that's fine. If it's full, he'll just stop. Off you go. One thing I would like to do, let me get a scythe. Remember which tool is which. I've made a mess of stuff, haven't I? You're Bulrush Collector, and you belong in the team. Let me do that now. Empty my hands, then get a scythe. Just want to tidy up the edges here where there are bulrushes, but we're not farming it. See what I mean? Oh, they take a while to grow. Okay. Maybe it won't be enough. We'll see. The throughput rate might not be that important. The other end, the clothes might last a long time once we made them, and might not be an issue at all. But yeah, let me just tidy this up. Oh, there's one done. You'll harvest that. Lovely. Does seem bigger, maybe. I don't know if us planting them means you get more, just inherently. Drop these seeds in an area that guy can see them. Drop these in an area where the collector will pick them up. These seeds as well. Oh, we can actually just plant them, can't we? Let's save him the effort. There we go. There is a bulrush farm. Kind of. Ah, I know what we should do. Silly me. Number... No, not number. The collector. You should find the nearest stem, move to and pick up until your hands are full. Go to the storage, add it in until your hands are empty, and repeat that whole thing. That way he'll wait and take a full load over. That will be more efficient, more time efficient, I'm sure. Okay. I think that's good. We just need him to break his scythe, and then we can train number 55 to go replace it for him. Good. Just going to take some structural pegs to finish off these workbenches. And that clever little robot can make some more. Still don't know what this flashing floor type sign is, flashing wood sign. I think we need to build flooring and put it on top of it, but we can give that a go, I guess. It's just flashing at us. It doesn't mean anything. Not particularly helpful. Not as helpful as I'm sure they were hoping. The gladioli here. Are they elsewhere? I'm not sure what the flowers are needed for. Like, there's plenty of flowers around. I'm sure they're fine. Let me just grab a spade and get rid of these, because I don't like them. At the moment. I like flowers in general. I do like flowers, but they're kind of in our way. Let's get rid of them. This berry bush back here as well is a bit out of place. Takes a minute to dig them up, I guess. There we go. Do these ones too. We will move these. Oh, I need to place the floor first. If that's even what is needed. It's going to look weird just having a bit of floor. I'm sure it's intended that you like build a house or whatever, but I don't really want to do that. Hello, Mondo. Welcome in. Hope you're good. Having a good day. Am I a tree? I am just dressed like a tree. I don't know why, actually. I might take them off. I don't entirely understand what the clothing does. Maybe I could get some more information about that. Like if I go to the encyclopedia and look at clothing, click on the hat, it just tells me how to make a tree hat. How to make a lumberjack hat when we're able to. It doesn't tell me what it does. I don't And the tips are just some generic tips. Controls, sure. I go back to the wardrobe. This just has like a hand with a 1. And this has a hand with an 8 and a heart with a 5. I don't know what that means. Why do we do... This is a bit better, actually. We'll keep the tree body on. I'll take the hat off so it's a bit more obvious where I am. Let's drop these berries off. And then get 4 bits of turf. And fill in those gaps. 8 handsome points, could be. 8 handsome points, yeah. Might be what it means, as far as I know. Okay. So assuming this means you need to put a floor down. Just assuming. We can make a sandy track. I doubt it's that it wants. We can make straw floor. I'd rather make the wooden floor. Let's say we do that, and then we'll need an output box. So that one will be there, that one will be there. That's a misclick. But the output box is there. Although, could slot together like that. That's not a bad idea. We need to get the flooring done first. Well, that might not be... Yeah, sure. We'll do this first. See how it goes. Are there people or just robots? The people are inanimate. You give them food, they give you WOV. That's it. That's all the people do. I guess you give them other things, not just food. You give them things, they give you varying amounts of WOV. So they don't help, you know? Other than you need the WOV to progress. They're not, like, contributing to the running of your settlement. Good. Bulrush farming success. Good. Can work on textiles some point. Clay is... Oh, we're not using the clay, so it's not progressing. We should start doing some pottery over here as well. Oh boy. Okay. Say in theory. Did we unlock pottery? I thought we unlocked it. Oh yeah, here we go. Miscellaneous. Why is it miscellaneous? Sure. A kiln. Let's go with there, and then a crude clay station. Let's go with there. Assume we're going to need storage for something here. Probably what comes out of the kiln. I'm going to just put one down and we'll move it around as and when. It's a bit weird that I'm a person. I make all the robots to do stuff, but these are the other people. Like, I'm a person and they are people, but our jobs are very, very different. They're just like doing handstands and spitting out WOV. I've got a whole big complicated job that I don't really understand. So farm is a bit dead. What? What has happened here? The guy doing the tilling is just too slow compared to the other processes. Seems like it. I think we might need a second tiller. Or whatever we call him. Hoe person. Let's go for it. Like, why not? He doesn't need his own hoe supplier. The one supplier can provide them both with hoes, which is a nice efficiency. Just get a second one of them. So if I get... Where are they? Cereal farm. Cereal hoe. Hoeing. I think it's called a tiller. Tilling? Let's just call them that and they'll survive. I want to add you to the database. That's IRB. And then get our new guy. Your serial tiller. I don't know if you can have two with the same name in the same group. Probably. We just want you to download that program. And away you go. And you're going to get over here and complain you don't have a tool. And our hose supplier is going to come and bring you one. Perfect. I'm sure that'll work very well. You live in this team. Bullrush guy's complaining. His scythe has run out. Perfect. So we can train number 56. You are scythe supplier. Get a scythe. This place is getting a lot more complicated with everything we've built in today. Provide scythe to this guy. Which I probably could have copy pasted that or something off another scythe supplier and just retargeted it rather than scooting my way all the way over here on my squeaky scooter. There we go. Repeat that. Off you go. I prefer to go and pick up a scythe. Where are you currently? Why can I never work it out? Oh, you had come over to me, of course. Here you are. Pick it up and then you get stuck. Then I want to stop you and reorder things. And then off you go. And you've now got a scythe and you're ready for when he breaks it. The next one. Good. I also have a scythe, which I didn't really want, I guess. My bad. I haven't put that back earlier. We're not currently researching. That's a mistake. Let's... basic textiles and clothing, that's relevant. Just need to get a bulrush seed, which means we need to scoot all the way back over here. Oops. Here we come. Oh, didn't mean to press that button. Scooting back. Oh, we're making a lot of WAV. That's... why are we making so much WAV? You are part of Bullrush team. WAV is in the baby team. Which, let's rename it. They're growing up a bit. We'll call them the folk team. The WAV supplier? Collector? No. Baby feeder should be stopping if the WAV storage is full. There we go. Oh, and then repeating forever. There we go. I forgot it again. But we're good now. And we started research on clothing. That's going to take a little bit. The build here sign is not so helpful. Can you make it bigger? Oh, you can make it bigger. Oh. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, if you can make it that big, what's the point of even having one? But yeah, there you go. Build all of that. That's more like it. Oh, don't know what a billboard was for then. We saw that, didn't we? It's made at a different table or something. This one maybe. Thought it would just be like a bigger... Well, maybe it's even bigger than that. Bigger than 16 by 16. Could be. We haven't needed any stone blocks yet, so we haven't needed to make chisel and mallet. I'm sure we will soon. And the crude torch. Maybe it's decorative. Scarecrow too, maybe that's decorative. The watering can I can't help but feel is relevant somehow, but we haven't seen anything. Maybe there's a No, because all this does is teaches you how to make it, which is not helpful. That's how you make a watering can. That doesn't tell us what we do with it, why we would want one. Oh well. We will find out eventually, I'm sure. I'm sure. Okay, 6 bits of flooring are done here, so can I put that on it? Yes, and the blinking symbol disappears, so that is what it meant. I thought it would be. I'll put its storage there, and we just got to wait on them. And it's within the build area, so that'll get done. Okay. Things are progressing. Half understand everything we're doing, but only half. What can we could do this. We can just... I don't know what we need water for yet, but we could put 10 in a barrel manually while we wait on other stuff to happen. We'd need to make a barrel though, that's going to take a minute. Let's just put a barrel here for now. I'll add that to the list of things for them to build. So I guess that's got to wait. We could go help mine the clay. No, that's fine. Once the pottery's up and running, we'll get that moving. And the cooking... I think we're missing a research. Yep. Textiles we're researching now. Clothing beyond that. So the bulrush farming, the textiles making, and the clothing from the textiles are all in the same tier. It's... yeah, weird. House 2 level 3 folk. We'll get there at an appropriate time, I think, rather than rushing that now. As we can't supply everything they want, we need to keep them at this level for a bit. Spices are doing fine. The berries could be improved. Could work on that. I mean, we have no spare robots, so let's make a spare robot. It's always a good place to start when you're looking for things to do. I'll just make a whole bunch of spare robots. And we're missing a pole. In he goes. If I did want to redo this, I'd want a digger, spade supplier and a turf collector, so maybe we make 3. Not that we need any more turf really, but might as well fill this storage, have the 100. Kinda looks like we could do with more lumber, you know, bigger lumber yard. So maybe we make a bigger lumber yard somewhere on the edge, and then replace this with a you know, pumpkin farm or whatever. We might want to change the actual size of it, mightn't we? Yeah. But this is fine for single rows, like we have the berries. It would be more efficient to have double rows. We can access from both sides. Although, I don't know, it's kind of prettier with single rows. We will stick with what we're doing. I'm happy with it. But yeah, more, if we need more trees, more lumber. Maybe we do move that over. Dig up a huge amount of grass. Even though there's a massive... yeah, you know me and my squares. There's 3 robots anyway, let's get a spade. Teach 57. Now you dig up dirt. I think this is okay. There's going to be a single line here that will turn into road ultimately, I guess. I think that's okay. There you go, repeat that for a while. We'll make a 9x9 square here. That's going to be the next farm. And yeah, we'll move weed over to here. The upper below, and then we'll make berries bigger over here and tidy that up a bit. I'd quite like to do that. 57, you can do that. 58. Now's a good time because he's asking for a tool. Come over here and get a spade. give it to this guy. Eat. Just set that in the area he's going to be working in. Reorder it. Give you the extra spade I've got, and you'll be fine to go, I think. And then 59. Pick up turf. Deliver turf. Again, we'll just resize that to be the correct place. Repeat forever. Off you go. So, you know, we'll give them new jobs in the future, but for now those guys are going to dig up the next farmyard. Good start. Over here... Right. That needs square frames and panels, which I haven't even... Okay, didn't consider that. This needs clay to make, which is... I'm not going to bother setting up a builder to do that, because it's... I doubt we have to do that often. So I'll just feed them in now. There we go. There's the kiln. Other things are being progressed, sure. Yeah, plank guy's got a lot of work to do. Okay, so this workbench can make... We need all three of these, I guess, for various... I don't know if we need them ongoing. We need them. So yeah, I guess whether we need a builder to carry them around or not is the question, but we need to do them. Which means we're going to need the upgraded robots, because it's multiple ingredients in every case. Let's make cranks first. Which, yeah. 2 poles and 2 pegs. Okay, so we need an upgraded bot to do that job. That's a different matter. Moving that bench over here. Maybe I'll leave it over here this time. Yeah, let's go with there. Log, plank and a pole makes one of the plants, to start with that. That's the base. And then the midsection needs 2 planks and a pole. And we just need to make the head, which is 1 plank, 1 seed. Go for it. I think I'm going to, yeah, quite a few of these, but never mind. One at a time, one thing at a time is what I mean. The field seems to be doing much better now. We had 2 people tilling the soil. I'm happy with that. He's getting to work. Getting there on that research too. Oh, that's done, so we move that bench onto its platform. Build its storage in there. Good. Robot, Clever Robot 1003. You're going to be our crank maker. Okay. You need to come and get 2 poles. Drop them off here. Get 2 pegs. Drop them off here. Mine will work. Pick up the crank and put it in the box. Job done. So minus 5 kilobytes, and I'm not sure how much of that we can improve. So here... So go to the pole storage, take the pole. There's not... Because you can remove that. That's 3 instructions. Versus... Do twice. Which is 3 instructions and looks a bit tidier, so I think we'll go with that. Move to the structural workbench and add until hand's empty. May not, well, if he gets in a mess, he gets in a mess, but there we go. Go to the fixing pegs and pick one up twice. Get rid of them. Go to the workbench again. 2 hands empty. Which removes them, and we're at -1. Okay, so he can't both make them and put them in storage. -1. Find crank, pick it up, put it in storage. It's a lot of instructions. I think we just might need a second basic bot who does that, picks up the finished things and puts them in storage. Which I'd rather avoid, because we need to repeat this whole thing until storage is full, and then repeat the whole thing forever. This is -3 kilobytes, which... how much would a brain upgrade add? Because he can take upgrades. He can take 2 upgrades, I think. Let's go find out. More instructions, doesn't say, but 2 poles, 2 tree seeds, we can find out. And I feel with 2 of them it would be enough, but let's where are we? There you are. 1 brain upgrade, and we're good. 1 kilobyte free, so it added 4 kilobytes, and he can do the whole process on his own, which is preferable. Go for it. Mr. Crank Maker. And then the next one, which we have built in here, is going to be a square frame maker, which is going to need the same deal. 4 poles, 4 pegs. So he's going to be doing the same job, more or less. And the upgraded guy can carry 4 things, so yeah, him with a brain upgrade. Oh, which actually makes the model bigger. When you upgrade the brain, makes the character model bigger. Clothing researched, togas, threads, cloths, fibres, the station, the spinning wheel, the threshing machine. God. Okay. Jeez. And yeah, let's just start building some stuff then, so the builders are kept busy. Threshing machine. Needs good gears as well. Don't know where we make them. I guess you have to thresh the bulrush fibres? It's a bit weird. I hope this is the same machine we can use for the cereal crops. I don't know. Let's build one and find out, I guess. Build that there. Build the spinning wheel, which has to be within walls and on a platform. That's interesting and annoying. We'll just build one for now and then work out where we're going to put it after. There we go. They need all sorts of stuff. We're going to need to get builders who can do panels and square frames for sure. Also, this is... oh, I was intending to have the box the other way around initially, so this is spaced wrong. I'm not happy with that. I'm going to move it over. Although, the whole dang thing could do with tidying up again. Everything's all over the place, isn't it? I guess it always will be, whatever. Maybe we just cover the entire area with flooring and then anything can go anywhere. Oh well, for now. We need to make a bigger robot. And a brain, so let's do that. One thing at a time. This guy, Crankmaker, belongs in tool... no, not toolmakers. Crankmaker belongs in woodworking. Which may become a misnomer, but that's fine. Misnamed. They may end up doing things other than wood. Guess we'll see. Wobbling pole. Is it going okay? Oh, we need to pick a new research. Sure, we'll just finish this robot. And then that is an important one to do. One plant, one tree seed. Oh, I've been looking for all these shortcuts, holding shift and control, whatever. You just click it. And then it... Oh, okay, fine. Swapping between backpack and hand is a bit easier than I thought. Oh well. Here comes a robot. Good. Knock one. Give you a brain upgrade. You are going to be our... what were they? Square frame? Maker. Good. That's done, so I'm going to move that over now. Delete that flooring. Probably could have kept it, but whatever. And then teach you what you're doing. So it's 4 poles. We appear to be quite low on poles at the moment. Interestingly. I'm just going to cut this as we go to keep things tidy. Go to pole storage, get pole. Go to workbench, add pole. Put the repeats in now. Until hands full is fine, because he's got 4 hands. 4 spaces in his hands. Till empty. Then get pegs. I mean, using the pegs to make cranks is probably what caused our poles to run so low. Maybe we'll need an extra pole maker. Interesting. Go here. Which I don't... yeah, so that we can do the whole picture I need to take 4. Then it's, yeah, repeat that until hand's full again, because we can carry them. Something went wrong there, I didn't bring enough poles over. They were available. Keep them until it ends empty. Okay. Go pick up the finished frame, put it in the box. Repeat all of that until the box is full, and then repeat the whole concept forever. Make many frame. Good. Crank production, frame production. We're going to need to lay in flooring. Oh, we get the 2 we demolished back to use for free. That's very nice. Very good. I'm going to need another structural workbench to make panels. So let's get that ready. And we'll move them onto that flooring when it's done. Oh boy. I don't know, we're getting there. It is very overwhelming. So many different things at the same time. Not well put together, you know. Brain will struggle, but we're making good progress from the looks of it, from the feel of it. That's a woodworking job. A long way off from the pictures I have seen of people in the late game, so there's even further things to push my brain. I don't honestly know how far we will get before it's too much, or it's too repetitive, because it isn't. It's not a huge amount of variety so far, but it may still remain interesting, and it is fun in general so far. I'm having fun playing. Keep at it. Those guys okay? Are we just full on? Yeah, full on board. Cool. Good. Ready to make some clothes when we are capable. Research, yep, forgot that already. Next level of cooking. I don't know why we can't do the next level of construction. Some ingredients still locked. Warning, some ingredients still locked. Don't really know what that means, but I guess we avoid it for now. Do the cooking first. We need a crude torch to do that, which is made of the good workbench. Yep, from a stick and straw, we could just do that. And we're waiting on the construction team to Don't even know what we're waiting really. Hit the floor so we can set up animal production. I guess we're waiting for frames and cranks and stuff. Yeah, we do have a pole shortage. We will need to concern ourselves with that. There's a torch. Feed that into research. There we go. That'll progress. What can I do? I want to set up the builders, don't I? Which can be the basic guys. Are they done? Are they nearly done? No. Oh, we're out of poles. The wood. I think we may need to scale up our whole lumberyard kind of thing, growing the wood and processing. I was curious whether the mechanical frame saw was going to add alternative options for making planks and poles. Better ones, perhaps. So we'll need to build one of them to find out, I guess. We also need to build a wood shaping bench to find out what that's all about. Don't think we planned one in yet. Just want to see them and their options and stuff. And then we can, you know, throw them in the top here out of the way. Out of the way of what we're actually doing in the middle here. It looks like it is encouraging us going forward to build buildings, you know, walls and floors. So maybe we could arrange things nicer if we did do that with everything, you know, even if that is unnecessary. To make a robot, but we've got no poles to make them with. Guess I'll just have to be patient. Can feed in the other materials, can't we? Just try and steal a pole out from the other guys. Maybe I can come and cut the poles myself to speed it up a little. Just, you know, add into the process. Because the bots they think between every stage, which slows matters down a little compared to me. I don't think at all. Number 60. You're going to become builder. Cranks? Do the cranks really need it? I think they did. The crank. What here needs one? This does. Quite a few things do, yeah. I think most of the time the guys can be sat around doing nothing, but most of the builders are, and we're still a fifth of the way to the bot limit, so I think we're okay to have an excess of builders doing nothing most of the time. You come and get crank. You provide to building that wants crank. I'm just going to retarget this to that sign that says build here, and you do that forever. There you go, build a crank. You're trained. Should we set up build a square frame, because we do have them. Can't quite retrain this guy yet, it's got another road to do. Be nice though, because we have the 3 guys there, and but we might need them again for more. We're always going to need more bots. Let's make more bot. Do the chopping. We did put one there and use the other to make robot. Number 61, you're going to be build a square frame. I don't know why I'm naming them with builder. They're in the builder team. For me, it's nicer to name the full function kind of thing, you know. This is a builder who uses square frames. Not that we really use the names ever, but the name, I guess the name square frame doesn't tell me anything. So yeah, I prefer to have that. Yeah, I would. You get square frame. Provide to structure the wants. Retarget to the sign. Yep, good. Repeat the whole thing. Off you go, and you will live in the builder team. Good. That's that for now, I guess. I move these onto where they're going to live, even though they're not done. They need planks, which are available. I guess Plank Man is just busy. We've got crew clothing. Right, a heart with a 3 on. Don't know what it means. Toga. I thought a toga would be given to the babies, but I guess maybe it's not. Maybe it's one that you wear of the robots or us. And we need to make different clothing for them? I don't... Oh. No, I bet you do give it to them, and it provides a level 3 clothing happiness to the baby. And so the tree costume we're wearing with the 8 or whatever is a level 8 happiness for clothing, and we could give it to the babies for their happiness. That, I bet, is what's going on. Cool. Clothing station is ready. Making a toga needs the cloth. Okay. Making the toga needs the cloth, making the cloth needs the thread. So we're going to need a second clothing station. One making cloth, one making togas. The hats don't provide any benefit, so we're not going to make them. But yeah, we need a second food clothing station. Just go there, and we'll tidy this up later. I should have done all this a little further out, so I didn't get myself so claustrophobic from pushing in against everything. But you know, we can juggle it around in a second. It's no big deal. We'll live. Water barrel. Why don't we move you over next to the fresh water? And we'll just pick up a bucket and deal with that while the building's going ahead. Oh, the digging's done. Okay, we could do something with that. I'm just going to do this anyway to give the brain half a rest, and then we'll deal with expanding our berry production. Which I hope is relevant. Maybe it won't be. Maybe we're going to feed them with things that don't need berries, and berries will become irrelevant. I don't know. I don't know. At least for now they're relevant, so let's do it. At least now they are relevant, so let's do it. I'm sure if that's how I said that. I'm sure we will need to train a robot to do this in the future, by the way, to get the water, but when we need to, we'll do it. For now, I'm just going to get the progression without stressing. There we go. We know how to get water now, which gives us a canoe. Okay. Helps us get across the water, maybe? Sure. Let's put that bucket back. We'll leave the barrel there, we'll move it when we actually need it. For something. Over here then. The turf man stopped because turf storage is full, so I guess we're just going to lose all this turf. Do I care? Well, not really, because things are either soil that we're working on, or we're going to turn it into road or building. So I don't think we care about this turf going to waste. We'll just get Turfman to retarget storage. Can I just say the ground? No. How do we... give me that bit of turf. Go back to recording. Put the turf behind the turf. And then remove that. Put that in instead. Off you go. And carry on moving the turf, but just build a massive stack of it out of my way. Weed team. We need to reorganise you. Weed planter. Your new area of work. I'm not sure we need this much weed, but everything's going to be in a square the same size, because I like that. There's weed planter. Weed harvester. You can continue harvesting what's there. We collected. You can continue collecting what's there, I guess. And eventually that'll dry up and we can move you. Maybe? Do I move you now and... No, it won't take long. We'll leave you to it. Yeah. Maybe it will take long. We'll leave them to it. Cooking... We've got stewed berries unlocked and the new crude cooking pot. So we'll move the rest of the wheat in a minute. We'll keep half an eye on this for a bit. So I think stewed berries means we still need berries. At least for a little bit. Crude mixing pot. Where's my crude cooking pot? Do we make it? Somewhere? In a kiln? No, that's for clay pots. Okay, this is where you use the encyclopedia. This is what it's for. Food. Where would it be? Food thing? No. Well, yes, because it's here, right? Oh, it's an upgrade of the mixing pot. Interesting. Which needs a torch, 4 sticks and 4 clay. So let's make a torch again. Stick and 4 straw. And we'll come and upgrade our thing. That's nice. I like that. I like what's going on here. I want to take a stick, but that's not. Stack more. Don't change the empty contents. Reset. But there's no sticks there. That's why there's a problem. There's no sticks there because we're using them too quick. To do what? What are we using sticks for? I mean, tools? Are we going through that many tools? Maybe we are. Okay, maybe we need a mallet man then. I'm just going to grab a stick, but, because we can't run out of tools just because we've run out of lumber. We need to increase our wood size. Is one thing. Confirmed now. But it might be a good idea to have someone who hammers the sticks out of a tree that doesn't get cut down. And then we collect those sticks. And we end up with a ton of tree seeds as well. I guess. If the resource is infinite, I don't see any issue with letting it clog up the ground and make a mess. I don't think. But I don't know. The guy's doing interesting things. Oh, it's just the way it loops. That does make sense, actually. Yeah. Because he's replanting. They're just slow robots, I guess, is the deal. The thing that keeps confusing me sometimes. Sometimes there's something wrong, but sometimes they're just slow. Many of these are asking for crude blade. I don't know if that's going to be an ongoing thing, but I think we should set up a crude blade builder. Just cuz. And the fixing pegs are going a bit slow because the poles are going too slow. That's fine, that'll sort itself out in time. Okay, torch, clay. So we'll do, I just say upgrade. It won't be able to cook for a little bit, but I need 4 sticks. We can come up and get these and yeah, I don't know what to do about that. I think we just make our wood forest bigger. And hopefully that will make enough sticks for everything, as well as more wood for everything. So we'll do that over here. I'm not sure how many different crops we're going to need. We're going to have 4 fields if we do that. Might not be enough. I guess 5 if we come down another. And then this mountain is really kind of in the way. We could come further over if we move all this stuff, but then we're a long way from the wood. I don't want to do it across the top. We could do that instead. 1, 2, 3, 4 wood across the top, and then we could expand this way for another couple fields and still have our buildings where they are. Yeah, I don't know. really don't know what's coming, so what can we do? Maybe it'll just be a mess everywhere for most of the time. Sometimes it's just got to be like that. Good, that's upgraded, but it can still make spiced berries. Perfect. Presumably we can change the recipe to the next thing when this one has been done. Oh, it needs fueling now. Ooh. Doesn't really say how much fuel is needed. It makes it sound like none. It needs clay pot, which we're not ready to do, so we can't do it yet. And then it will need water, which we'll sort out. So for now, we're staying on the spice berries. Not sure we're going to get the log cabin level 3 people up and running today. There's a lot between level 2 and level 3. Like, a hell of a lot. So... we team are moving. We'll sort them out soonish, and then we've got the spare guys to fix up the berry bit, but we also kind of want to use them to fix up a bigger wood area at the top here. Somehow. We just, yeah, we're gonna... I don't know if we need to keep the wildflowers. I think we're just going to find enough further out in the world that I'm not too worried about destroying them. So if I get number 57, because he's got a spade on him already. Take that off, yeah? And we'll show you how to dig up the stuff we don't want in the way here. Berry bush. Let's repeat until there's none left. I want to give him all the instructions now, although his target area can't be made much bigger, can it? No. So is there any point? Can you though? Can you say repeat until you can't find one? No. Okay, fine. Just do that. I do that forever. Is there an if? No, same settings. No, all the same. That's fine. Just do that for now. That's a good start. And have that. Have that back. Spade supplier. Just want to retarget you. So that you're all good up there. Seems good for now, time being. See how it goes. And we want them digging up as well, but maybe one thing at a time. I'm trying to juggle too much at once. It's interesting, for all the farming they've done, how well this now seems to be moving. Still don't have a full storage of seeds. And only 3 in the secondary storage that would be the one we actually use. It's unusual. Just the rate, I guess, of threshing. We need to thresh faster. Maybe the machine will help us. If and when we get one. Okay, we've got our 2. Just gonna bring these out of the way. We know what they're for, and they're making some sense to me, so that's fine. I just move that out as well. We're going to need to build a structure that houses the clothes making. Oh, research isn't moving, didn't notice. Ingredients are still locked on construction 4. Then what? Why is it here? Let's do the only other research then, and then we'll see. I guess we'll have to do it. Don't know what the warning really means. It's not particularly helpful. Let's get a bot head. Not enough sticks for getting the berries is one thing, I guess. Could be burning through them. Grab a pole, I think. There's a guy there holding a pole. Oh, he'll be the builder for poles. That makes some sense. Wrong thing. It's plank. There we go. This guy is done with that. stop, delete. Give me the spade so I can show you how to dig up a tulip. Oh, it does wildflowers, perfect. So you can target all of the flowers in the area. Good. And repeat. Off you go. And have that back. While we're here, should I just grab these berries? Other way around. Put the head in my backpack. Bit scary sounding. Get the 4 berries, bring them over. Okay. It goes in there, and we can start researching even better bots that maybe we will find a use for soon. Perhaps. Good. We're going to need to move a whole bunch of junk, aren't we? Never mind. One thing at a time. Keep telling myself that and then not doing it. And also, this isn't getting built because we're not getting pegs, because we're still making frames using 4 per frame is a lot. Probably need much more peg production than this, which means we need much more whole production. It's interesting stuff. And he needs a stick. Let me just give him half a hand by throwing 4 sticks into the box. Bit of a kickstart. Actually, let's bring 6. Why not? Might go on a bit of an explore, uncover the rest of the map just so we can see it all. Maybe. While we're waiting. Oh, no need. Weed. Harvester. Stop. Rezone. Harvest weed in this new field. New weed field. Off you go. Weed collector. Stop. Record. Retarget your first phase of collecting to the new field, and then the second phase of collecting for when the first one's full. You're good. Move your boxes to be below your field. Kind of like the idea of them being this way around, facing the field and using the overlapping edge, like we did here. Could have done with more of it. We'll see. It's all good at the moment. Might move a lot of this into town, you know, if the threshing machine does what I want it to, yeah, avoids having to use the flail. We might just store the cereals here on the crop and then someone will bring them into town to be threshed. I would like to do that. We also need to change it, yeah, weed spade provider. You need retargeting as well, so that our harvester always has a good spade. Perfect. Now, Mr. Turfman, get a turf and put it down here. Get dug turf, yeah, that's fine. I'll shrink it down even though I don't think I need to. And you're going to plant to just straighten out the bottom of this. Off you go. Number 57, have you finished digging up all them? Yep. All them bits I didn't want. And you are going to you know, dig up the ground here like you usually do. If you could bring that spade over and show me. No, come over. Record. Delete that. Dig the ground. Very specifically in a straight line down the middle there. And repeat. Job done. Have one of them. And 58, you just need retargeting again, because he might break that one, so we'll keep you providing spades to him, doing that. Nice. That team has moved over. This spare team are fixing the ground up there. I think I'm going to tidy this up a little bit. You know, brain can't handle everything. We're quite far in now, so to today's stream, I mean. So I find myself doing more myself than trying to juggle with the robots, which will be the case until I get more, I don't know, practice, confidence with programming them for little ad hoc jobs. It's always going to seem like it's faster to do it myself for a while. Let's tidy all of that up. These bits as well. Oh no, we're going to dig them up anyway, aren't we? Some of these bits will need burying. Need to kind of get rid of that cereal crop first as well. Get this digger guy doing it soon. For now, we're good. The chef is now going to come a lot further to get his spice, which isn't great. I wonder if we're doing things the wrong way round, you know? Should the harvesting take it into town rather than harvesting and taking it to nearby? Or maybe we need a logistics guy in between. A box here and a box closer to where we do the thing. Perhaps. Kind of like that idea. Oh, I was going to get a crude blademan. Let's do that. Let's make us another basic bot. Don't have any spares at the moment. Restocking on poles, okay, for whatever reason, but not on sticks. Everything's okay for now. Just bearing in mind, back of my mind, we may need a stick income separate from our lumber income. I didn't get enough plank. There we go. Let's not waste these berries, we do need them. Off down here. Digger guy is finished down here. I assume that if you spade up a cereal crop, it just gets rid of it. We don't need the wild ones anymore, so... Number 57. Give me your tool. You're probably going to ask for a new one, I don't know. We could do that. Come up and dig the cereal crop. See if it works. No? Can't dig it. Okay, never mind then. To not dig random ground. I guess we have to scythe it then to get rid of it. Try that out. Hopefully we don't need to provide a second scythe just to do this a little batch, so... And there's nothing else covered, so it's fine. I'll repeat that. Go ahead, take my scythe. There you go. Just do that. It probably means spade supply is good. Let's assume he is. Get rid of instructions before he picks anything up. And then... you guys need redoing. Let's teach you. Grab turf from the box. Put it in this spot. That's why this guy stopped. There's no more outside the box. Let's retarget that to not be everywhere. And go ahead. Though... See, this is where it's not really worth it, is it? Forget that. Turfman, you can stop. And do EU58, you can stop. Because they're right here. And I think it's just quicker for me to pick this up and do it. Fiddle around trying to program these guys back and forth. Okay, there you go. It's done. Let's throw one in there, I guess. Let's see what we do with the others, in fact. Definitely going to go there and there. That'll do for now. And something for the cows to eat over there. That's all good with me. Okay, spare bots are now actually kind of spare. We're not kind of in the middle of anything. Sure, we'll find a use for them soon. You're done as well. Come over here. Come to me. Give me that scythe back. I'll go get rid of it. Okay, number 57. You've been doing all sorts of different jobs, but you're now going to become a builder. Going to take crude blade from that spot right there and provide it to any blueprint that wants it near this sign. Looks good. Repeat forever. You are now builder. Crude blade. There we go. The building team. Congratulations. Yeah. I don't think we grow the berries until we can get the sticks to harvest them. That's second harvest and second collect is probably what we're going to do with these spare people. So I guess we've got to get digging for the new... Yeah, okay. The new lumber forestry area. So grab some of this. Place it under? No, it doesn't work like that. Get this cereal out of the way. Are we full? Yeah, so there's no point in putting it there. Any passing cows can help themselves. Or whatever other animals might enjoy eating this. All of them, I see. Three more pieces at least. Do that. Something ticked off. Things are progressing, I guess, in the background. Mechanical frame saw needs finishing. Which needs a crude gear, which we've got. Don't have a builder who does those, but I'll just throw one in there because they're not that common. The good gear as well we're going to make. We'll work out how. So mechanical frame saw means we finished this level of lumber. We are getting through it today. I don't know, game is not slow, just long, I guess. If you maybe I'm going at a really slow pace. Maybe I'm bad at this, I don't know. Tower's getting tall. Okay. So mechanical frame saw needs to be on flooring before I can even look at what it does. Okay. I don't know where I want to place it, so I don't know where to put the flooring. That is annoying. I guess we just put some flooring, we can destroy it and rebuild it, you know. Just need a straight line of 5. It's not wasted when we destroy it, so, you know, whatever. Build there. Move the sign over. That covering everything? Yeah, that's better. Fine, we need panels for that. We need pegs to finish the one that's going to make the panels. Pegs are available. So the peg builder. Is there a peg builder? No? Should there be one? Are they common? Doesn't look like it. Only in this kind of workbench. Yeah, that doesn't seem worth it. Let's do that ourselves. Maybe, I think it probably is worth it. Make a builder for literally everything just in case. You know. Panels, which need a frame, planks and pegs. All of which we don't really have enough of. I don't think one robot can do that. We'd need a higher level of robot. Which, I mean, maybe we'll have that soon. We are researching Mark II bot. Maybe we wait on a Mark II bot and see if it's capable of doing this. Bringing 3 ingredients over on its own. Otherwise we just use 2 robots. It's not the end of the world. Because you don't know which robot's going to finish the job, so you'd need a 3rd robot to do the collecting of the goods. Or maybe one can deliver all 3 pieces and the other could collect the finish. That might be possible. We'll see. For now, can't do that. So let's get Spade. Don't have any spades because we don't have any sticks. Okay. Let's get our spare spade provider. Isn't holding one, isn't holding one, isn't holding one. Okay. We need more sticks. How about getting the mallet? Getting our spare guy. Training him to bash tree. Even if this is not temporary, you know. I'm not thinking of it being temporary, but maybe it won't be. Just use your held item on that tree infinitely. I guess the mallet's going to run out pretty quick. We don't have any spare. You... No sticks? Oh yeah, there's one. Find, yep, any stick in that area, that's fine. And then drop it off over here. There you go. And I guess the third guy would take mallets over there, but we don't have a guy making mallets, so it's not a great deal. We could make them, but I don't really want to, I don't know. Till I know if this is permanent or not, I don't really want to set up a permanent mallet production. What do you need, a log and a pole? Make a spare? He's already broken that one. I'm not sure how many sticks we even got from that. Do this. We'll train our spare guy. Get mallets. Provide mallets. Beat. Go. We'll just leave that. I think it is a temporary deal. Hopefully it's a temporary deal, I guess. We need a good gear. Do we know how to make a good gear? Seems in one of these. The it's not here at the good workbench. It's not at the crude workbench. No, that's the crude gear. Not the spinning wheel. Won't be the threshing machine. Not at the frame saw. Oh, it's probably at the wood shaping bench here. Which we need to put on some flooring just to see how it works. Make me a little bit more flooring there. I do feel a bit choked by our resource availability, but yeah, we can scale up gradually, I think, rather than trying to rush it right now. Frame saw is built. It can make 2 planks from a log, 2 poles from a plank, 2 pegs from a pole. 2 pegs from a pole. Instead of 1 from a pole that we're currently doing. Yeah. Okay, that's an improvement in peg making, but the same deal in the others. So I don't know why you'd use this over the other. Just because it looks nicer? Because it does look nicer. A better bot speed upgrade. A better backpack upgrade. Power, which doesn't affect us. Better sensors, better brain. New drives, body, head, and a good bot workbench. Okay, we're going to need one of them before we could make them. Good structural basic bot. Oh, it's probably an upgrade of the basic bot bench, isn't it? Is it? Oh, he's run out of mallet already, and yeah, okay. Yes, it's an upgrade. Which we can do. Panel, frame and log. It's not the end of the world. Though it'll take a while on account of availability. There's that. Put in range so that they can get it done before we can make the next bot level. Which is not done at a bot assembly unit. Okay, I'll have to learn more about that. He needs mallets. all a bit messy at the moment, isn't it? Not the ideal, but we're surviving. We'll get through it. What are sticks doing? I assume they're still, yeah, not great, but it is adding to them. It's doing more than nothing, so let's make a couple more mallets and they can keep doing that before they start digging out the new lumberyard area. It's fine, making way more weed than we need. Oh well. Let's get berries expanded. Why not? I know sticks are an issue, but still. At least get it planned out. They can begin. The berry... Oh, we just have a beater and a collector, right, because you don't need to replant, so we got rid of the planter. And the stick supply. Okay. So what do I need to do? Dig holes? I need my spare guys to do this. We can make another spare guy, or... Yeah, let's make another spare guy. And these guys can make sticks for a little while longer. When the last mallet's done, I think we'll recall them to do other stuff. Perhaps. And yeah, my thought of... The frame saw isn't better than the chopping block for making planks and poles, unless it is somehow quicker, it just doesn't tell you. I prefer the look of it anyway, so I think we will set up a little... Maybe on... Or we'll set up a building somewhere where we process the lumber. Not sure where. We're going to put the wood there. There'll be a gap of 3 is all, so the building... It probably wants to be on the right-hand edge. Could do with a different source of stone, I guess. I kind of want to get rid of this as we move our entire town somewhere else. Could do. Bring it all down so we have more room without the mountains getting in the way. I don't know, I kind of like the spot. Scenic. No other good spots of stone on the ground anywhere, so we have to use this one, I guess. Where does the map say? Yeah, not nearby. Not nearby at all, so the little stone blocks we need are going to have to come from that patch. So if the building was small, it could go here, but I don't want to get in the way. So I guess on the edge of town at the north here, maybe we'll get in the way of whatever we're trying to grow here, which might not be ideal, but it's fine. Move away from the idea of storing next to where we harvest. Store it all over here. And do the processing. Get rid of these grass fields. Do it over here. It takes us further away. Don't like it. Maybe over here. We could process the lumber on the far left. And then what they need, they're going to walk across the fields to get it. Doesn't really matter. I want them to follow the roads and behave like people, but it's just a game. We'll see how it goes. I need a spade. And there, and then get our new guy, show you how we dig a hole. Retarget that into a straight line here. And repeat that forever. Off you go. Have my spade. And it's probably going to break, but whatever. We can deal with that. Is this guy finished? Yeah, there's no more mallets. So let me get rid of that. And then... we can... Oh, he hasn't broken it yet. Okay, no, still relevant. The mallet supplier's come finished his job. We've got another spade. Yep. Sticks have improved. This has helped. We might want to do a permanent version of this. See how it goes, I guess. One of you guys, the mallet supplier. Get rid of your instructions, and you're going to 1, 2, 3 start digging here. Dig up the turf and can't make it any bigger, so let's work in. We'll do that and the gap, and then we'll do another 9x9. It's going to be like a double wide, but the pathway in the middle will also be dug up, so it's going to be there. And repeat. Go and take the spade. Go ahead. I might just rename what's going on. I know it's temporary, but I still need to keep my head around it. Turf digger. He has now broken that, so your new job, pick up turf. Just don't have space for it in there. Put it in a stack out of the way, I guess, is the only thing to do. I don't know where that is. I don't even know if we, yeah, can I need it or whatever. Just let it despawn on the ground. No, let's, oh, we can move it again later. Just do that. And if that gets in the way later, we'll move it. Go ahead for now. Your, sorry, turf move up. And the other guy? I know, really. This guy. Just want to retarget you to there. Do the other row. This guy, I guess I want you to help out. You've still got some sticks to carry. Okay. Carry on doing that then. Get a second guy doing the digging maybe. Get another spade. Ooh. Let me move you onto that platform so we can see what you do. Yes, wood shaping makes crude wheel, crude axle and good gear, but not crude gear. Okay. Yeah. Good gears need fixing pegs and panels. It's expensive. It gets expensive quick. The amount of panels we're going to need to make, and the panels need frames and pegs, and the frames need pegs and poles. The pegs need a lot of pegs. It's a huge overhaul. Just to do this stage, you know, is the next stage going to be just as big? Doesn't seem likely. Maybe will be. What are we missing here anyway? Oh, the better bot. I wanted to make that, which I don't know how far we are from that. Oh, we need panels. To make the panels, we need a better bot. To make the better bot, I need panels. My bad. I think we need to set this up in multiple bots then. Which, yeah. And panels in a good gear, so we're not going to make the threshing machine for a while. Can, but take a while. It's very overwhelming. If they paced each of these elements out better, giving your rewards in a more steady flow, I would find the game a lot easier, a lot more fun, I guess, and be more willing to play it. As it is, I'm quite off-put, to be honest. I think we'll keep playing, I think. I don't see why not. But, you know, I mean, future streams and stuff, do some more. Can't particularly see us finishing it, though. Unless the next 6 stages are significantly quicker than this one. Which could happen, obviously. Let's get some guys doing some stuff. Forget that. What are you up to? You're finely sticks, so stop that. You're done. You've helped. It was worth it. Your job is get 4 planks. Deliver them here. His hands aren't big enough. We'll deal with that in a second. Repeats set in here. You 2 hands full. This bit until hand's empty. Go get 4 pegs. Deliver them here. First bit until hand's full. Second, he can't do it. No, we'd need the Mark 1 bot. We need multiple Mark 1 bots to get this done at all. Fine. You move over here and you move over here too, because you've finished. Actually, tell you what, I was just going to do it manually, but why don't I show you? Give me your spade back, you don't need it. Get a berry. There are no berries available. I'm carrying a spade, that's not going to help. Oh, that managed to catch it somehow. Move and take, even though I didn't get it. It caught the instruction. But that's not going to help us until... There, we can actually get one and plant one. Get a berry, fill a hole within this area. Repeat forever, off you go. You're the temporary berry planter. That's the word I'm after. I won't put him in the group because it is only temporary. Once all of those are planted, he will be moved to another job. Good. We need to make the upgraded bot, which means we need to cancel this upgrade so I can actually... Materials aren't lost, that's fine. Deal with that when we deal with it. Yeah. I need to make these 3 elements probably a brain upgrade. Move it over here, make it a bit quicker. Kind of short on tree seeds as well, it's a bit awkward over here. Why? I guess because consumption went so high, things have become quite unbalanced. That's not what I'm after. That's what I'm after. Interesting. Plenty of cereal around the place though. Don't know why he's harvesting that one. Just harvested even though the storage is full. I guess maybe momentarily it wasn't full. Yeah. This doesn't quite work. This is interesting. There's 25 in the box. The guy takes one out to thresh it. This guy harvests one, which creates 3. 1 gets put in the box, there's 2 on the ground. The guy takes one to thresh it. He harvests another stack of 3. Rather than saying, oh, there's 2 on the ground, that's all good. So we actually do want to kind of change... I'm not sure if it'll work at all. How good it might work. The cereal harvester... You should not stop when full, but stop when it's more than or equal to, quarter full. Well, yeah, we'll maybe add another couple boxes here to make that more meaningful. It's not more meaningful at the moment, it's 25, so let's go with 80% full, should be 20. Should, maybe. It doesn't matter. If that functions nicely, we won't get this issue of them just sat out in the fields causing trouble for us. Not that they're really causing trouble, but, you know, it's unnecessary. That's what I would say. Right, make a body. Got distracted. I'm carrying a shovel for no reason as well. That's... done that. Need one of them. One of each thing. Oh, helpful though. I'm carrying a shovel. How do I hate that you can't click on this guy. Can you shift or... No, I can't. I can't interact with him even though I'm stood right next to him clicking on him. I have to find him in the list. Can I drag and drop? No. I could throw it to him like that. Perfect. That's better. Good. Good. Just while I'm here. Let's fill these boxes in. That pile was going to get huge, but whatever. We'll move it later. There we go, there's that done. I need a little plank and a pole to do this. There we go. Brain upgrade as well, I think, is likely to be needed. 2 poles. 2 seeds. Ah, that's interesting actually, isn't it? If we're full on logs, we're not making any more sticks. That could lead to issues, potentially, in the future. We should probably set up a permanent hammering solution. But, you know, at some point. Let's do that. Could do with a spade supplier up here. The spare guy's going to have to help us with making these panels. So we may need to make another basic pot as well. Gives it to him. I can pick him up now. Bring him up home. It's all good. It makes me move really slow. Yeah, it's not worth carrying him around. Plug that into him. Oh, we can have 2 upgrades. I bet you can't put 2 brain upgrades in there. Maybe we can't make the better one yet. No, we need to upgrade that thing. Which reminds me. Let's bring it back over here. Right. I'm going to upgrade it and then put these bits back on. Oh, there comes the builder to add one. No big deal. Oh, and here comes the log guy to make a mess. I'll take that. Can't take the log off. Frames here. Oh, that's fine. He can carry a log, right? Maybe. Not sure. That frame is going to make a mess. Never mind. Deal with it in the future. I think some bots might have made a mess because I did that, but we will sort them out in the future. I want to take the stuff away from here. Cancel. You can go in the box, maybe. Yep, the planks. We need to teach this guy how to do it. And no, I can't fit the planks then. Okay. I'm gonna put them there temporarily. That guy needs a spade. We will get him the spade tomorrow in a second. Let's first get this guy. No. This guy. You are our panel maker, though you may need help. Need to get 4 planks. And deliver them here. Keep it tidy as we go. Try not to get it wrong. Pick that up until your hands are full, drop them off until your hands are empty. Good start. Then 4 pegs. And drop them off. Could give him a back... He's got a backpack slot actually. We might be able to do... If it helps, might be able to juggle things around a little using the backpack for the last bit. I think the frames, it looked like they took up 2 carry slots, so that might not work. Sure, that's good, but looks fine. Till hands full, till hands empty. Get a frame, put it in. which is just a one-off, so that's like that. Got 4 kilobytes free, which is, you need like 5 to pick this up and put it in a box, so that's not going to work without further upgrade, which I don't believe is possible, so let's not stress it. You just do that until the storage is full, and repeat the concept forever. Only 2 kilobytes free. He's going to do that. He's going to make the frames. And then user are the panel maker's assistant. Hang on. Brain not working. Can't spell. Got it right. Okay. Yeah, almost time to wrap up, I think. A little while longer and then we're done. This, you know, brain not doing good now. We've achieved a lot today, but it just doesn't feel like it because of the progression tiers. It's not a great feeling. Game could do better with that, for sure. Pick up the panel, put it in the box. That's it. That's job done. Repeat that forever. That's all you need to do. Our berry planter has finished planting all the berries. Very good job. Thank you for your help. Are you carrying anything? Yes, give that back. Put that away for you. Berry planter, you got a new job. You are becoming a spade supplier. Should be able to just import that one. We should do more of this. More of the saving the bots instructions and importing them and stuff. It's a bit of a fiddle, but we would benefit from doing it more. You can spade supply in this area. Off you go. Which will help finish off digging of that gradually. Turf mover can carry on. So that team's self-sufficient. The panel maker is woodworking, and his assistant lives in that team too. They're still temporary guys, so they're going to live down there. It's well tidied up. And we have panels being made very, very slowly. Still a good thing. We need 8 to upgrade that. We need 2 to finish the clay, which would let us make the pots, which is still not even the end step to upgrade our food production. I don't quite understand the fuel requirement here. Like how much is required, it is unclear. Maybe none for what we're making, I don't know. And the kiln, I assume some will be needed. Does it indicate? Not really. Like if I ask for clay pot, it says I need a raw clay pot. Okay. And then fuel 0. That's, I assume, how much fuel we have, rather than how much is needed. Somewhat unclear. Don't know. We need a couple panels on that station before we can do anything. Which we could do with a builder for carrying panels. Let's make that. Also, spade supply. Oh, you've copied in that way around. I need to give you a spade to kickstart you. Sorry, spade supply. My mistake. Here is your... No, don't do that. Here is your spade. Off you go. Good. Give that man his spade. Let's get this robot made. He's going to do panel building. I remember. This guy's still harvesting even when the thing's full. I don't think that worked. Look at that in a second. Let's get this guy up and running first. You are builder panel. What you do is you come over here and get a panel from the box. Also, he's not working. Brain might be failing me completely. People are not working. You provide panel to blueprints that want panel within the area of the sign, and you do that for the rest of your life. You live in team builder. Okay, why is the panel maker's assistant? You can't pick anything up because you're carrying a stick. There we go. You're fixed. Okay. why is the cereal harvester harvesting? I think that might just not work, the percentage full. I've got it the wrong way around. Repeat until the storage is more than 80% full. No, I have that the correct way around. The storage is currently 100... Oh. Right. I got the logic wrong at the start. Yeah, that makes sense. I said, until we've got enough cereal. But that's kind of causing issues, I guess. We need the threshing to happen faster for that to be helpful. So, yeah, it needs to be retargeted to that storage. And then he'll do what I want him to at the moment, you know. That's an improvement. Good, that fixes that issue. What can we fix now? Needs panels. Why aren't they being made? Not enough pegs, right. It's just a peg choke on our production line, which we need to get our mechanical frame saws up and running to get them going at a good speed, which we want to get our kind of lumberyard building built for, which we want to finish our new woods forestry area. So do the forestry area, then we'll build a building. I think it's going to have to be on this side to do all the wood processing in. The outputs from that will be out the front here. People will come and get them. I'm hoping when you build the road that makes walking quicker, that affects robots, and they prioritise moving on those roads instead of across the fields. Then it would look kind of nice, and it would kind of work. We'll tell you what we do need to do. Berry team, your field has grown, so you can be retargeted. I don't think they're capable of doing the whole field, just these guys, but I don't think we do 2 teams with half a field each. I think you'd do 2 teams with the whole field each. There we go. Those guys are retargeted. I do think they'll need help. We've got just the digging team spare at the moment. Maybe when they're finished they'll turn into berry helpers. We could just make more robots, but you know, we've got a funny number of them at the moment. Kind of think we're good for the day. Like I say, brain is melting down because I've been pushing to get so much done, and we have got a hell of a lot done. Progress all across the board on the things needed to get up to level 3 across everything. I'm concerned, I guess, if we discover that we're in stage 4, sorry, getting stage 4 done. But we did one stream 4 hours to get to here, and now we've done one stream of 4 hours, and we're, what, maybe 2/3 of the way through this stage? Possibly. If the next stage is like 10 times bigger than this stage was, I think we will abandon the game, to be honest. That's just too much, and it's not enjoyable at that pacing. I kind of feel like I'm, you know, bashing. But if things, you know, draw out a bit better, line up a bit better, and we can work on, I don't know, progression that feels better, then we can keep playing the game. It's a nice game, it is. It's got some very interesting stuff to it, and I'm sure other people who perhaps have different play styles in general will really love it. For me, a great deal of frustration so far, but not so much that I want to give up. You know, I want to work through my backlog. I want to finish the games off. I don't feel like I've been annoyed enough to like abandon the game forever. So let's keep at it, you know, in general. But for today, a great rearrangement of everything, growing of stuff, plans, and production is massively moved forward. Many more spots on our big old tower, and many more robots now active. Have we doubled, I think? Possibly the number of bots today? Certainly doubled the number of resources we're processing all across the map. It's nice to see that progression, actually. That is very nice. Even if it's a bright jumbled mess that I barely understand. Let's drop a save in. Just, can you overwrite? Do you overwrite by giving it the same name? Yes, okay, overwrite, there we go, save complete. And let's wrap up the stream, we're just over 4 hours, that's the usual time. Thank you for joining me today, those who've popped by, those who've done a little lurky or a big lurky, and everyone who had a little chat and said anything. Thank you, appreciate it. And of course everyone watching later on, VOD style, appreciate that as well. As I say, we'll see how the game goes. No promises for how long this will go, but at least one more session we'll give another go. It will have to be next week. I'm not available on Saturday now, got real life things to do. So we'll be back next Tuesday with more Autonauts, I suppose. We'll carry on trying to finish off this tier and take a look at what the next tier looks like and how much willpower I have left to try and scrape the enjoyment that is clearly here somewhere, you know, clearly. We'll keep at it next week. Tomorrow I will be streaming like usual though. 4 PM BST, we'll be back for more Little Big Workshop, which was pretty fun yesterday, quite interesting, a well put together game. Again, not sure how long that series will last, but we will definitely be playing it tomorrow. Should be good. Hello Mondo with your little fancy wiggling parrot? Bunny? Fancy either way. Thank you for being with us. There's the plans anyway. Usual streams, just not Saturday. I guess I need to get that cancelled in the schedule. Get that updated later. Let's find someone to raid into for the rest of this evening though. It's all the usual suspects. I need to get some more people. We've been raiding the same people over and over, which I don't mind doing. It's just I was doing well getting new people, but now we've worn them out. We saw Zerk yesterday, right? Don't fancy the Phasmo, don't fancy the battle bit. Not really into that. Go one of the bigger ones. Shadow again? The Planet Zoo? That sounds kind of nice. Elden Ring to no. Just one quick check of category. There's been quite a few people streaming Autonauts, but nothing that really... I do struggle to watch the games I'm streaming. It tends to confuse me more rather than help me. So yeah, I think we'll avoid that. Sometimes we do it, but in general, you know. Let's see Shadow again. I fancy some zoo watching. It'll at least be chill. I will get an ice cream. It's not that warm today, but sitting in here, it can get a bit. So, I'll have an ice cream next. Whatever you're up to next, after raid or finishing the video, enjoy it. Enjoy the rest of the day. And I hope to catch you in some of the streams coming up the rest of this week as we do a few more, and then whatever we get up to in next week as well. Should be fun. Always good to have you around. So yes, there we are. Looks good. Have a good one.